I sleep. I wake up.
All right. Thank you. Cool. Wonderful. I think we'll get started. We want to get as much out of the program as possible and keep a gentle flow with time. Once again, my name is Tato Mokgotsi. For any of you who went downstairs with us in our members' lounge earlier, I'm an assistant curator in the team at Zeitz MOCAA, and I'm supporting Beata, America, and Tandazani Dhlakama's phenomenal work with Seers, Soothsayers today. This critical gathering will also culminate in a publication that resulted from their work with the artists who are both in attendance and in absentia, have generously contributed to this amazing, amazing exhibition. I hope those of you who attended the performance by Gladys Calacini really got a sense also of the rest of the show, the space, and the beautiful curation of the exhibition. We will have a 90-minute lunch period, so at any point you're welcome to go back down to level 3 and take in a bit more. In terms of housekeeping, I do want to point to the toilets, which you may have noticed in the passageway as you were walking in. I also want to point out once again that we have our Zeitz MOCAA University of Western Cape Museum Fellows here today co-hosting alongside us, and they are standing currently at the back of the wall, and we have Edna sitting in front, we have Kakule, Yasmina, Abe, and Angela. Please make your way to any of them if you need anything in terms of navigating the space or the program. Wonderful. I wanted also to perhaps very briefly emphasize the title of the exhibition and what exactly inspired it. As Koyo mentioned earlier, it is taken from a poem by Jamaican author and novelist and poet Kei Miller, Speaking in Tongues. Sorry, the title of our gathering today is Speaking in Tongues, the title of the poem by Kei Miller, published in 2007. The poem forms a mantra for the constellation of works on display, and we will refer to other works by Kei Miller in the programming this afternoon. The poem points to a human need to engage with worlds one cannot touch, whilst emphasizing the limits of language to fully describe the lived experience. We will hear and really get a sense of how that unfolds within the program as we hear from our speakers and our artists. But I wanted us to perhaps hear the poet himself recite the poem, so we have a very short recording we can play right now.
Speaking in Tongues. This poem begins in 1987. My grandmother dragged us to meet the Lord under a tent in St. Catherine. From here, I traced the heritage of standing spellbound as women worship. Always, I am on the outskirts. I remember my grandmother on becoming the kind of woman who sets her table each Sunday, who walks up from the river, water balanced easily on her head. My grandmother became instead all earthquake, tilt and twirl and spin, her orchid purple skirt blossoming. She became grunt and rumble, sounds you can only make when your shoes have fallen off and you're on the ground crying Rabba and Yashundai, Robose and Baba Baba Ba. Years later, a friend tells me tongues is nothing but gibberish, the deluded pulling words out of dust. I want to ask him, what is language but a sound we christen? I would invite him to a tent where women are tearing their stockings, are on the ground pulling up fresh words to offer as doves to Jehovah. I would ask if he sees no meaning here, and if he never had the urge to grunt an entirely new sound. The poem always would like to do this, always wants to break from its lines and let a strange language rise up. Each poem is waiting on its own day of Pentecost to thrash Torobose and Yashundai. And the poem will not care that some walk past, afraid of the words we try out on our tongues, hoping this finally is the language of God, that he might hear it and respond.
I do hope that really does help to set the tone for the day's programming. And we begin this morning with a framing statement that will shape the first panel. We have Professor Phumla Dineo-Qola, who is Professor of Literary and Cultural Studies and the Nelson Mandela University DSI NRF South African Research Chair Initiative Chair in African Feminist Imagination. Of course, Professor Qola is also renowned in her prolific output of writing and scholarship. Qola is the author of the groundbreaking study on slave memory in South Africa titled "What is Slavery to Me? Post-Colonial Slave Memory in Post-Apartheid South Africa," published by Wits University Press. Her work is widely cited, and I think I'll point to the most prominent among these. The landmark Rape, A South African Nightmare, published in 2015 by Dhlakama and MF Books. The book won the 2016 Sunday Times Alan Payton Award for Nonfiction. Her other books include A Renegade Called Simpiwe, published in 2013, again by Dhlakama and MF Books, as well as Reflecting Rogue, Inside the Mind of a Feminist, published in 2017 by the same publishers. Then there's, of course, Female Fear Factory, which is a very meaningful and seminal text for South African and African feminist scholars and thinkers and activists and the like. So yeah, I will leave it at that and give Professor Phumla the platform.
Thank you very much, Tato. Good morning. Sorry, I'm just going to try to get back into my machine. And then into the right document, which doesn't seem to be the one open. And also time myself, because I promised the timekeeper she would not have to show me the red card. And I like to be a woman of her word. So just give me 1 second. It's really good to be here. Okay. Seekers, Seers, and Soothsayers is as capacious a name for the exhibition, and I'm sure the book launching today. I hope to return to the works in this exhibition in a more considered manner, perhaps after the proceedings and the conversations today, and after the performances, the one we've just seen and those we anticipate as part of the program. So what I want to offer this morning then are a series of provocations rather than something much more comprehensive. So I offer only a series of provocations of what the exhibition, as well as the conversations between the visual and the poetic grammars thrown up through inspiration, conversation, rupture, and space-making in the exhibition itself point to. The poetic appears here as inspiration in the poem Speaking in Tongues that we've all just listened to by Kei Miller, which is a call to witness the uncomfortable and the unconfined experience and practice of the religious, as seen in embodied form, but also in not quite the body. The speaker's mother becomes, we are told, all earthquake. And Miller, like the exhibition, Miller's, like the exhibition, is a call to tend to the limits of language, to tend to that which exceeds language, but also always a languaging itself. Reading Miller in preparation for today and listening to Miller again with you reminded me of the multiple engagements with language, poetry and embodiment and heritage that are found in various pieces by the feminist Guyanese stroke Black British poet Grace Nichols in her essay, The Battle with Language, in which she speaks about the discomforting and exciting possibilities of working imaginatively in embodied ways, thinking about landscape, thinking about history, but also thinking poetically that are offered by language. She traces the difficulty of the inheritance of language, language loss, language violence, language possibility, language creolization, languages of the imagination, and ultimately ends her essay with the declaration that this battle is a battle. The battle with language is a battle she loves. I'm also reminded of the closing lines of her iconic collection of poetry, I is a long-memoried woman, which read, I have lost a tongue. From the root of the old one, a new one has sprung. And so we begin to see here, I think, when we bring Nichols in conversation with Miller, and perhaps in conversation with a variety of others, poets from the Caribbean, this preoccupation with language as a productive one, as a difficult one, as one in which difficulty and possibility are intertwined, always a haunting, a braiding, a shape-shifting relationship that is productive, wounding, freeing. Language is a constant preoccupation in the poetry of the Caribbean, not just as creolization, loss, and marronage, but as the very necessary business of the imagination, as the very necessary business of freedom. So we can sit Miller, speaking in tongues, alongside Nichols, who loses tongues and regenerates tongues, an impossibility in itself, right? Calling to mind both tongue as metaphoric, but tongue as physical part of the body. Loss and, so we can sit Miller alongside Nichols and perhaps another poet of the Caribbean, poet, scholar of the Caribbean, David Dabedine's conceptualization of the complexity of what he calls speaking with two tongues in one mouth, as contradiction, as betrayal, as difficulty, as landscape of experiment. Here, all these which accompany my reading and my entry into today's exhibition and into today's discussions, all of these perhaps also invite us to think about what curator Bonaventure Dinkung calls indisciplinarity, rather than interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. Those of you in the academy know that we can sometimes get caught in our own web about the differences and the necessity. Indisciplinarity is a much more pliable relationship between language and discipline, language and tradition, language and heritage, language and curating, which I think I can catch traces of here. Also in the reappearance of poems in this exhibition in various performances, various exhibitions, each of the 7, as incantation, as suggested, as citation, as recitation in several of the 7 artworks on display here. This complicated, shifting conversation strikes me as a particularly apt dance between the visual, the language of the visual, and the language of the poetic, the possibilities of the visual and the possibilities of the poetic as intertwined, as embedded and enmeshed in each other. And so it strikes me as I walk through the exhibition, as I read some of the statements, as I revisit other parts of the work, of the oeuvre of the artists on display here that I like, that perhaps I shouldn't do because now they're interrupting and they're occupying a part of the brain that isn't necessarily productive for this particular conversation. But nonetheless, what recurs to me is how to make sense of as one of the questions at the center of this exhibition, is the question of how to make sense of the realms we cannot touch. Shaped, socialized as we are, to make, to access, and to grasp meaning through disciplinarity, through the disciplines we come here with, which are themselves inheritances, which are themselves historic. It seems to me that part of what the invitation is more than to witness, but to engage in what I have elsewhere called a polyglot sensibility in some of my work, which enables us to think about accessing the world with different fluencies, without flattening them, without trying to make them equivalent, different fluencies and mobile reading sensibilities. This is the capacity to think through more than one sense at the same time, taking the creative seriously. Indeed, we might say, is to understand that it always exceeds the repertoire of response to create something new. Tending to such energies and effects as more than responses and subversions of time, or responses to history, responses to landlessness, responses to wounding, responses to complicated liberatory histories, always more than this, to create something new. Tending to such energies and effects as more than responses and subversions reveals the multiple avenues of creative theorization, which I think is everywhere at play in this exhibition. And the series and forms of conjecture, speculative possibilities opened up in these creative texts that we witness. Because we know, of course, that creative strategies, languages, and grammars variously access imaginative and theoretical possibilities about space, about embodiment, about the spiritual, unavailable to genres perhaps more preoccupied with linearity and exactness. It is through these that certain articulations of freedom, and I do think that the part of the struggle with language and the poetic and the visual meeting places in this exhibition exposes the limits of straightforward historical evaluation and response in the absence of a dependable, capacious narrative. More important than reciting the fact of history's selective constructedness is the creative wrestling we see here with the possibility of memoried construction of imagined futures, and a demand that the imagination perform differently. We see this in Wambembe's Can You Hear Me?, where history is languaged as anguishing, it's anguishing inheritance, and a site of experimentation and unpredictability of emotion at the same time. Onwari's piece, which is equally disorienting and beautiful. Sensuous, in the manner that African feminist essayist Mina Salami speaks about sensuous knowledge. Visual, highly intertextual. In this piece, in Nwari's piece, flight flirts with play. red silky stream against the black and white mobile images awakens the senses, provokes, scares, seduces. Siwani's immersive room renders the viewing body, mine, perhaps yours, small, a reminder of the largeness of the history, of the languages, of the textures, of the landscape, of the history we grapple with. Immersive room renders the viewing body small, dizzying. Perspective is not simply in the head, but it is visceral. Latte Jews, ritual, tea, nostalgia, the unexpected interbreeding of work, possibility, difficulty, refusal. And Machache's breaking short film, which reminds me, so this, I'm not going to say too much about this because it made me think very much of some of the work with memory and nationalism and history that we find in Chigumadzi's second book, the wrestling not only with specifically Zimbabwean history, small Zimbabwean histories and large Zimbabwean histories, but also the languaging and the imagination of nationalism in total, what history means, what escapes in perception as the various languages through which visual, poetic, and the three languages that we cannot completely catch. So even the ones that we speak and recognize, we cannot completely plot. The ear cannot completely grasp in that short film. And here then, speaking in tongues, and seekers, seers, and soothsaying seems an invitation to language as the project of hope. Thank you.
Thank you. I will suggest we take a 10-minute comfort break. We have a refreshment station right there that's available all afternoon, all day. So 10 minutes and we will get into the first panel soon after. Thank you. Hello, can I invite everyone to take a seat and we can begin the first panel for the day. Thank you. Everyone we need is here. Okay, great. Thank you. This first panel will be guided by Beata America, one of the co-curators of the exhibition. And so I want to briefly also present the biographies of the artists in conversation. Firstly, we have Pamina Sebastião, who is an activist based in Luanda. Through photography, video, and collage, they focus on creating a cultural, artistic archive of death, decolonization, and new imagination of a queer body in Angola. Sebastião holds a law degree from Catholic University Luanda and a master's degree in international law with a focus on African human rights system from Lisbon University. Sebastião regularly delivers lectures and talks in public, academic, and activist spaces. They co-founded the Angolan Identity Archive and LBTQI plus Feminist Collective, and also co-created Romp Artistic Collective and Center in Angola. They have been recently shortlisted for the Henrique Gross Art Award this year from the Goethe Foundation. We also have Lateju, who is an Angolan Beninese vocalist, multi-instrumentalist, critic, polyglot, and visual artist, currently based in Luanda. Her practice reflects on the personal, political, and generational tensions around language in post-colonial Africa. She is also devoted to exploring self-inquiry as a pathway to collective regeneration and liberation, and believes sound to be a powerful conduit through which this can occur. She holds an MA in Critical and Creative Analysis from Goldsmiths University. Later, we will hear from the artist Gladys Calicini, whom you will have seen in the performance in the exhibition earlier. She is a researcher and artist whose work draws from concepts of memory and representations of history, and is centered on recoin this word, the complexities in connection to visibilities and representations of women within larger, dominant, and nationalist histories. Calicini recently accomplished her PhD in art history from Rhodes University, coincidentally under the supervision of Ruth Simbao. Her PhD culminated in a solo exhibition, Chamuneka, and Casting Shadows. And then I do want to point out that we have on our live stream currently, on the screen as you can see, we've been able to loop in Sakai Machache, all the way from Glasgow. Sakai's work is a deep interrogation of the notion of self, in which photography, performance, and film play crucial roles in supporting an exploration of the historical and cultural imaginary, investigating the relationship between spirituality, dreaming, and the artist's role in disseminating symbolic imagery. Sakai provides a space for healing against contexts of colonialism and loss. Machache holds a BFA honors and an MFA from the Duncan of Jordanstone College of Art and Design at the University of Dundee. In 2024, Sakai formed part of the presentation of the Zimbabwe Pavilion at the Venice Biennale. Thank you. I will hand over to Beata.
Good morning, everyone. As I still reflect about this work, fresh out of 1 month in Gabon, as my body is still learning how to navigate through Africa, having this privilege of connecting with others in this continent, my mind always go back to the barriers of language, to the issue of speaking this colonial language as our point of connection. Can we imagine other performance of meeting each other? Can we dance through it? Can we sing? This work starts in memory, in trauma, in saying, in finally speaking, saying these things out loud as collective. Language as a performance beyond speaking. This is what I'm thinking. It's the body that's been undone. The Portuguese as colonial form can change to our cultural elements. This is the way we speak in Angola. This is also breaking the illusion of legacy of these colonial languages. It's also a play in memory, the back and forth between past and present, but mostly the past and the present. It's overall intergenerational dialogue that in its different levels show the different intersections. This is still an open dialogue at the colonial collective practice of reflecting about us.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're all doing well. I would like to tell you a story today. I'm going to read a bit through it. One day after I arrived in Cape Town, this time around, at some point in the last hours of the afternoon that day, came this moment when a cashier at a supermarket and I small-talked about language. Now, I don't really like small talk. Actually, I'm not being fully transparent here. I do not like it at all. I would rather have the so-called awkward silence. Plus, I personally don't find it at all that awkward, after all, anyway. Obviously, I do it sometimes, but I'm not a fan. Now, when it comes to small talking about language, I can do it, and I usually end up being a fan. Or maybe I have very mixed feelings about it, but at least they're mixed. So there is an aspect of it that I sort of find pleasurable in the end. Or maybe perhaps the word is liberating or comforting. When it comes to language, I feel like I need to talk. And I feel like I have a lot of things to say. So any moment that comes and invites in a conversation, regardless of how it shows up, even if it is in small talk close, it is one that I can, at least, look at without cringing too much. And when I'm traveling, I think perhaps for many of us, when we are traveling, or simply when we are away from the place that we call home, the language small talk is a conversation that is usually not very hard to come by. So that day, I actually can't remember how the conversation came about, but I know that at some point I said something along the lines of, "Oh, is that how you do that thing?" Whatever it is that I was talking about. I didn't know because I'm not from here. To which this person who works as a cashier replied, "Oh, that's okay. You can just do such and such." "Oh, and where you're from?" To which I proudly replied, "Oh, I'm from Angola." "Oh, Angola," they said. I said, "Yes." "So what do you speak there?" they asked. Then my body language shifted immediately. My shoulders, that were steady and very horizontal, had one side lowered a bit and my face turning to the opposite side, my mouth going a bit like this, and my eyes staring. I was staring at the person, but it looked like I was staring in the distance. And I said, "Well, it's a bit sad. We speak Portuguese." like for everyday communication. That's what we speak. I answered as if I were very apologetic. I said, at least where I live in Luanda, like in the market, to go to a supermarket, at home, and everything, we speak Portuguese. And the person was like, okay, I see. And I was continuing, yeah, those colonial things that stay and stayed in our many things, including language. And they were like, yes, these colonial things everywhere. This, really, I know. They were listening, and at the same time, they were excited. They immediately went, oh, so how do you say hello in Portuguese? Remember, this is a language small talk. So people are usually showing enthusiasm and genuine caring curiosity. And it being a language small talk moment, people are also looking excited for a moment where they could learn a word or two. And so I reply, not so excited, hola, or you can also say oi. The person repeats and tries it to feel the taste on their lips. Hola, oi. Okay, I see. And I was like, yeah. So this happens many times in these language small talk situations, where at some point it's about the, so how do you say this or that thing? Where even when acknowledging the history, the present, the reality, the what is, people simply want to know, what do I say? How do I say hi the next time I meet someone from Angola, for instance? In a language that people understand and actually communicate in. Ultimately, when people are asking that, I feel that is what they want to know, which is a legitimate, necessary question. And I usually just want to say and stay and linger in the place of these complex feelings and sensations, the feeling of apologetic, like before, the probably also feeling some kind of shame somewhere, some embarrassment somehow, or inadequacy, or lack of answer, or overwhelm, or sadness, or melancholy, or feeling a bit lost, or searching, or clueless, or very aware of all that I'm feeling, or rejecting it, or embracing it all, or feeling a sense of awareness and alertness, or joy, or even ease for being so open to myself about all those feelings that are mixed and unmeshed like that. And so perhaps feeling that sense of relief or comfort that I was talking about in the beginning, that comes when it comes to language small talk. Because perhaps I find peace in having flow and live through my body the fact and the reality that this question about language, about speaking or half speaking or kind of speaking or not speaking one's mother tongue or father tongue, because mine are two very distinct ones, as for so many people. So the fact that this question is one that is very much alive and has a voice of its own that continuously wants to come out through the pores of my skin, through the flesh, through the limbs. Perhaps for me, and for many other people, the what do you speak somewhere question is deeper, viscerally thinging, I don't know if that's a word, but it kind of is the bodily motion, question. And usually these kinds of thinging questions that very inexplicably thing us so much in our bodies are questions that come to us from way beyond the scale of the physical, from way before us. There are perhaps questions that were left at the doorstep of our lifetime from previous existences who knew that they could share their deepest secrets of uncomfortableness and nonconformity with us. There are things that come from the bone marrow of our souls. So anyway, I'm going on this trip of lingering and staying in the feelings and the sensations of this language question and how it resonates within. Meanwhile, what is happening simultaneously is an exchange about words, and how to say them and what they mean. Now, as I was analyzing this conversation with that person to tell you the story today, I noticed that I was also getting impatient with the lingering and the staying in sensations. I also get a bit frustrated. I think that's how I would define it. And another feeling of reclamation and ownership wants to rise up from the bottom of my core, and so I say to the person that I'm talking to, well, in the language of my father, in Kikongo, which is spoken in the north of Angola, you can say, kolele. And my kolele was so low and shy, and so the person asked me again, how? I didn't hear that. And so I mastered my courage of the person who kind of speaks, doesn't speak, knows some words, understands some things, but not everything, understands when people around them use a certain word or a certain tone, or put this other word in another language that they understand, or understands but doesn't speak. So I mastered this type of person's courage. Maybe you know people like that within, or other people around you. And I said, okolele, with an accentuation that I don't know if it was right or not, or if my father and my aunts and uncles would approve of or not. But I just said it. And I don't know if the accent was supposed to be in the first or the last syllable, or where. All I know is everything just flew in the air, and there I was telling someone how to say hello in my father's tongue. So from we still have a lot of things to learn to teacher. Big leap. It was the first time that I was telling someone how to say hello in my father's language. As an adult, grown woman. Today, by the way. So it's an event to me. So yes, another feeling right now is emotional. Another is proud. That one we already spoke about when I said, I'm from Angola. And also another feeling is awkward, that this would be an event. But to me it is. And then the conversation went on. I know that this is a conversation at a supermarket, and it's late afternoon, so kind of rush hour time, and people are doing grocery shopping before going home, but there weren't that many people at the till, and we were very efficient. We were passing items, and you want a bag and all that stuff, and we were talking at the same time. And I asked the person, and what languages do you speak? And they said, I speak isiZulu, and I also speak Xhosa. And then other feelings came up. I started smiling again. I was proud, very joyous. And I was also a tad envious, because I wanted to be able to say, I speak Kikongo, that is spoken in the north, and I also speak a bit of Umbundu, that is spoken in the south. And then our conversation and my grocery shopping time was ending, and the person asked me, so how do you say bye in your father's language? And I was so happy that the person asked in your father's language, giving it so much space and room in the last moments of our conversation. There was still a lot of time because the paying time was still kind of far. And then I paused and I was like, I don't know. And in my head it went, I don't know how to say bye in Kikongo. So I know how to greet, but I don't know how to say bye. And I went home with that interrogation and stayed there, and I was like, how come I know how to say hello, but I don't know how to say bye? Or did I know and I forgot? Or have I ever known? Or have I ever learned? Maybe I never learned. And so this stayed with me. And I was wondering, so yesterday, as I was talking to my father on the phone about today and telling him that I would probably be talking about language, I remembered to ask him in French, the language that we mostly communicate in. This is also another story. Oh, by the way, Papa, how does one say bye in Kikongo? And he said, bye is tomasala. And I was like, oh yeah, that's true, I knew that. And sometimes I even say it when I'm saying bye to my aunts and uncles sometimes. Like we speak in Portuguese the whole time, and then when they're leaving, I throw a toma sala if they're the ones staying at a place where we're saying goodbye from, or toma cuenta if they're the ones leaving, as an endearing gesture sometimes. But in that moment, I forgot. I also didn't link the two, bye and toma sala or toma cuenta. It was too far in my brain. Like when we have all those languages that we know, but we can't fetch what we need from them in a specific moment, and then it comes back to us several hours or days later. So anyway, good thing I stayed and lingered, good thing that the question stayed with me and came out again for me to ask again in order to know again. Because yes, our souls, the souls of ours who underwent intergenerational moments of forgetting, need constant, repetitive, loving, caring, reminding. And that's all good. Without the lingering, there are many words that I would not know. Without the lingering, I would not have certain conversations with my parents and my aunts and uncles about the deep meanings and nuances of certain words. Like the bye, if one is staying or leaving, or if it's a bye to several people or just one person. And the fact that it's not just bye, it's toma sala, which means stay well, or toma cuenta, which means go well. Maybe that's why it's harder to just remember, also because we're literal sometimes, we're translating, and some things have no translation, so they don't come to us just like that. And by the way, since we are finishing, here's another set of words that I adore and have no translation. It's in my mother's tongue this time. Yes, saving the best for last. When I was looking for a title for my last album, I wanted to call it something along the lines of intuition. And so I asked my mother how to say intuition in Fon, her language, which is one of the languages spoken in Benin, because my mom is from Benin. And she was thinking, wondering, searching. We were in the car from Cotonou to Porto Novo, and my uncle and another aunt of mine were also in the car, I remember. And they were all looking, and one came up with something along the lines of, I'm smelling this thing, or I'm seeing this thing, to translate intuition. Everything to do with senses. And then at some point, we went and said many other things, and then my mom said, I think you would say Aiche Donumi, which literally means, my soul tells me or told me. And I was like, isn't this something? I like that. I feel that. Now, Aiche Donumi did not become the title of the album. The title became Língua Livre, which means free tongue in Portuguese. But it became the name of a song that, at least apparently, doesn't have words, but has voices. And I'm very connected to the voice. As a musician, I love the voice, and I proudly call it and claim it as my first love instrument. And I think one that speaks truthfully to the sayings of my soul. For mine, I know today is a soul who speaks through the voice, through languages. And if we are so attentive to listen and to remember, even if through different tongues and ways and manners and practices and passions, ours are souls who speak. Thank you.
So we're going to have Sakai present now. There we go.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again to Beata and everyone at Zeitz MOCAA for the opportunity to participate in this exhibition, the book launch and critical gathering. My apologies for not being able to be there in person. I'll just start my presentation. My work has been developed through a process of self-initiation, an initiation through the notion of self that is both constructed and mutable. I use the term initiation as an analogy for the ongoing process of uncovering, recovering, and reconnecting to ancestral systems of knowledge. These systems of knowledge are derived from dreaming, visioning, and embodied practices that include ritual, performance, and storytelling. They can be located within the sense memory of the body and mind, and of any individual or collective body, and comprise familial, cultural, and spiritual inheritances. In recent years, I've created immersive projects that aim to elucidate these conceptual concerns while showcasing the scope and diversity of my practice. These projects are multi-layered, dynamic, and engaging, and aim to demystify the process of making to reveal the nature of creativity as inherently fluid, open, and collaborative. In Hypnagogia Glossolalia, I talk of speaking in tongues in the moment of waking, a communication between myself and my ancestors, an ongoing dialogue with spirit. My practice meanders between the dream and common realms, so I invite you to dream with me on memory and language today. Here I enclose an excerpt from some creative writing that I've been working on. They can't stop us from dreaming. Chapter notes, a deluge. Have you ever heard yourself? I mean, have you listened? No, I don't mean to your heartbeat, and not quite your breath either. Have you ever focused in close until the background noises fade? In the silence that opens up around you, there's an undulating thrum, a sound so unmistakable. When you hear it, you will know. Before the silence, crows fly overhead, keeping a watchful eye on the neighborhood. I hear the bang of car doors in the distance. It sounds like a drum, strings screech, a roar of thunder, or is it an airplane? The flight route is always the same, but the sound doesn't quite match it. The noises recede into the background. They sound like everyday things. Cars driving by, lawnmowers, a gate opening, dogs barking. Yet something inside me knows that it's something more. Perhaps the sound of every person in the city receiving their final judgment. This place is the same and yet different, like a mirror reflection of where I grew up. The pitch is no longer there. The gravel has been replaced with grass. Trees grow full and lush. At least the constant rain keeps the place green. I thought I could control it. The sun always shines in my city. But then the rain came. Après moi le déluge. After me comes the flood. I imagine what it would be like in years to come if I'd been able to stand it. There are worse ways to go than to drown in a flood. The ancients knew all too well that these things come in cycles. Sometimes it feels as though I've written this world into being, and so it is. At least I'm starting to understand it better. We carry residue of the memories from other lifetimes into each timeline, and as we slowly integrate the different selves, we find along the way, with those memories, our preferred reality takes shape and changes moment to moment depending on what we remember. What we choose to carry with us stays. Every morning when I lift the blinds, I wonder if I'll see what I'll see, but it always is just the same images, the same sounds. I used to think it was street theatre, like a stage play made just for my benefit. But as I hear the sounds move on to others, I know that I'm not the only one experiencing this. Maybe just one of the only ones willing to put it to paper. I know writers are primed for such moments in life. To go mad is a gift, a rare thing, like being struck by lightning. Neither sounds particularly fun, but the way creativity works isn't always to our benefit. Our dearly departed Dagara elder Malidoma Somi stated that What those in the West view as mental illness, the Dagara people regard as good news from the other world. The person going through the crisis has been chosen as a medium for a message to the community that needs to be communicated from the spirit realm. Mental disorder, behavioral disorder of all kinds signal the fact that two obviously incompatible energies have merged into the same field, says Malidoma. These disturbances result when the person does not get assistance in dealing with the presence of the energy from the spirit realm. I say it is to our detriment that we exist in a constant state of chaos in order to create something that speaks to the pain of others and hopefully to our own. I write my life into existence, and with every word I remind myself of my purpose. To create is a privilege I will not take for granted again. The gratitude I feel for the word, for the ability to wield language. Writing has always been my refuge, and it has carried me through the hardest times. Living dangerously means living with purpose. All the finer details can always be rearranged, but the act of living remains the same. It is an opportunity to experience, to express, and to grow. I choose my recovery. I'd rather heal than pretend to be healed. I'd rather take my time, be patient with myself, and give myself grace. I'm moving through it at my own pace, with support from loved ones and encouragement from my peers, and I can feel the strength returning to me, to us. Finally, I'd like to close with a poem from my most recent film work, which is currently showing at the Zimbabwe Pavilion in Venice at our group show titled Undone. The poem is titled The Sisterhood of the Sacred Leaves, and was originally written in response to a dream I had in which I was initiated by a sisterhood of women, who I call the Wisdom Keepers. I feel it's very fitting because it speaks to how I've felt held by friendships that have become sisterhoods, and of the bonds we share together within this exhibition, Seekers, Seers, and Soothsayers, as artists, as peers, as friends, as creative siblings. Intertwined like branches from the banyan tree, wrapping themselves around us, shrouding us in conifer, in taxus, in larch, lost to time, in the gardens, where we came to commune night and day, day and night, limpid and yet graceful, eyes perpetually cast down. Our dreams were always like this. We would each at night return to the same imagined place, exchanging stories of what we saw there. We pieced together a beautiful tapestry of word and song and dance and music, calling back to homes long forgotten, languages pulled clean from their mothers' tongues. Repetition, repeat. This territory of dreams, a balm to our souls, an antidote to Manta Ua, Protocaria, Ariania, that supposed medicine that left us listless and bemused. Forever trapped inside those walls, those flower beds, between turrets, beneath wooden floors, embedded like fossils encrusted in marble. They knocked on walls and floorboards and ceilings, wishing to revive us, as though our spirits had been trapped inside a house, surrounded by beautiful, sumptuous gardens, flowers, plants of every hue, bergamot, hypatia, lilac, lily, yarrow, aster, dianthus, peony, thistle, hosta, chrysanthemum flowers, roots that sprung from limbs and jaw, enfolding us all, caressing our bodies. This imagined place seized us from the horrors of the hold, transporting us to some other world, a place of sumptuous beauty, where our habitual longing could be quenched. They called for us in song, wore anklet bells and cowrie shells upon their garments, braided seeds upon their heads, gave offerings to our long-forgotten gods, wrote pages composed of music. They danced and sang our memory. inviting us to join them, every one. We wept to witness them, and they to imagine us. If time was able to collapse, we would carry them with us, just as clearly as we dreamed it. The sisterhood of the sacred leaves are come to commune in the gardens. Izweni amapupo amakrozi. And when our captors came to find us and bind us once more, they couldn't recognize our faces. They hadn't bargained for how free we had become.
Thank you so much to Pamina, Lataju, and Sakai for those beautiful presentations and moments to think about. I'd like to now move into a reflection session that will also, I'd like to invite Pamela and Gladys up here with us to join this reflection session so that we can start thinking around this whole morning, from Gladys's beautiful performance to these presentations here. And it's also a moment for you, the audience, to start ruminating and thinking about reflections of your own, possible questions. But I have a few of my own, so I'll kick us off. And I have been thinking about, from discussions that Pamina and I had last night, to Pumla's framing statement of this battle of language, there is this thing that I'm thinking about as language as a tool of safety. Thinking about, if we had to think of these three beautiful works in the show by Sakai, Pamina, and Lataju, thinking about safety of language in Lataju's work as a sense of place and home and familial, safety or lack thereof, or violence of language in Pamina's work, and the oscillation that needs to happen, as Pamela said, speaking with two tongues and one mouth. Safety in and navigating identity in Sakai's work, and safety in language as a means of storytelling within Gladys's, and also thinking about this role of the body, this body language, that is also so ever present within your work. So I guess my first provocation would be, how do we, or you, understand this role of safety in language? Is it something that is at the forefront? What is that role of safety within language that we can understand? Because if we think about, as Lataju has mentioned, this idea of mother tongue and father tongue, and taking oneself out of context and placing you in another, there is this oscillation that usually happens, and some sort of role of safety where you feel safe to speak in whatever language, but then having to navigate and oscillate to conform or, become safe. So this is for everyone here up this panel, is how do we kind of, think about that role of safety within language? I don't know who wants to begin. Pamina, do you want to begin?
I don't know. I mean, for me, it's very much linked to go back to the conversation about cultural identity, and sometimes how do we make language as this element of belonging. Then at our so our experiences in affirming who we are become this constant validation of our own cultural identities as something that is fixed. And I always go back to be honest, I always go back, and I have been struggling with this in the past months, which is I always go back to Stuart Hall when he talks about cultural identity and how nationalism and community are built within this idea that cultural identity is fixed. And for me, this helped me understand this language element of defining who I am within my country in a more calm way, because I know it's a moving identity. Although we don't accept that when it comes to a country speech, and again, it's go back to the whole nationalism speech, what it means to be Angolan, who is Angola, who isn't, who is more Angola than others because it speaks the local languages, who is not Angolan because it speaks only Portuguese. These non-places that we have to navigate. And for me, understanding more and more how we need to talk about cultural identity as this moving thing, as a community thing, and also question what is community and what is language within that community. And here also, for me, was also, and seeing this exhibition was understanding more and more that it's not about only speaking, and goes beyond that. And so when we try to build community, so we are saying that there are other forms that are already happening, that we just forgot them. We just forgot, we just forgot about them. And maybe we just need to go back and realize how all of these things are still happening, but we don't see them as language anymore. And I'm really interested in understanding more about not only music and songs, but also food. How is food that language? How the rituals around food become our languages, and can that language can become what we affirm as cultural identity?
Thank you. Yeah, there's so much going on that I'm trying to, like, furiously writing things down. But Latuji, you also spoke to a lot of what Pamina just mentioned in your piece now. How do you feel about that role of language with you and your sense of home and identity?
Yeah.
It is. I think it's on, yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead, it's on.
Okay. So, actually, a lot of what Pamina said resonates. I was just thinking about safety and language in a very different way just now when you asked. And as you were asking the question, I did think and feel about how many times I feel like language and languages are to me a home, a place to create a sense of familiarity, of being. And I also thought about how language was at some point, in Angola specifically we're talking about, a place of unsafety, of also fearlessness. So historically, the having in a context of an urban context to speak what is today the official language of state, so Portuguese, in order to be able to navigate spaces, in order to be able to have access to services, in order to be deemed a citizen, literally. And so I think that all those things, they are stored in our bodies, they are stored in our existences, they are in our memories. I'm very sure that we know of them somehow. And so I feel like there's this constant tension when it comes to language, with, on the one side, this ancestral, this historical knowledge of what language was, what it represented, how it was regarded, looked at in our past. and still is, and how it still lingers. And also, on the other hand, how there's plenty of room, because I do feel that, for creating very comfortable, expansive possibilities of language. And so I don't know, I feel this in-betweenness. So this safety, and also at the same time, I'm very aware of the tension. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very curious to hear Sakai's response to that, because I feel like in your work, Sakai, that tension is also very, very palpable and visible. I mean, you use language in multiple ways to navigate and access identity. And when you came and visited us in the beginning of the year, there was this also, you said that the work is almost somewhat created to speak to one person that can speak all of these languages, and you don't know whether that person exists. And it's interesting, I'm curious to know what your response to that would be about this tension of language and this access that Latiju is speaking about, this access to place, but also access to different parts of oneself.
Yeah, I think the funnier thing was that, like, I'm not that person. I've written this piece and made this work, and I'm not even the person that can speak Gaelic and Shona and English altogether, but I'm sure that they exist. I think that I spoke about language being a place of refuge for myself, and I think, like, when I'm thinking about writing and I'm thinking about making work, the naming of work kind of was a really a great way for me to be able to kind of contextualize my practice within the context of, like, African work, you know. So I would use Shona language to title the work, which would make me feel like I was in some way like getting closer to home. Without being able to speak my mother tongue, it's very difficult to be kind of working with the language. And in my poem, I also used a little tiny bit of Zulu as well. And it's like every time I engage with an African language, I feel this trepidation, this sense of fear that I might not say it correctly, I might not be able to express what it is that I mean in a true and honest way, because I'm working with languages that I don't have access to within my lineage necessarily, but also within the context of the Southern African sort of diaspora. I feel like I have a kind of inroad through being from Zimbabwe. And I felt like if I use German or French or English, I wouldn't feel that same fear. And that's, I guess, how colonialism kind of has forced us to assimilate into these European cultures and European language systems, and made us feel maybe not so at home with what is actually closer to our lineage and our heritage. So yeah, I find it quite a difficult thing to do. Like, I constantly trying to balance, like, what is acceptable for me to say, what is acceptable for me to use in terms of language. Funnily enough, it's okay for me. I feel okay with using the Latin term for a plant, but I don't necessarily feel comfortable using a Zulu term for a land of dreams. And I'm just kind of battling with this constantly with myself and with what it means to be like in the diaspora, and looking at the African continent from a distance, being invited to come home and then not being able to come home, and then those kind of tensions of, like, what it feels like to be sort of displaced. But we have access to each other. We have access to each other through so many different avenues. So yeah, I don't know if I've answered the question, but I feel like it's something that I'm constantly grappling with. Like, what is acceptable for me to say? How am I? When will I be able to actually fully learn my mother tongue? Every year I say I'm going to learn Shona, and I'm like determined this time that I'm going to do it this year. So yeah, thank you for just giving me the opportunity to sort of respond to that. I'm not sure if I did.
No, yeah, it reminds me actually of one of the lines of your translations in your work, which is, I stole away my mother's tongue, replacing it with cobblestones and gravel pavements. Like trying to navigate and find guidance almost in this tool of language. And it's also this feeling of longing for connection. And I feel like this is also quite palpable in your work, is this tool of language as a form of connecting, not just in speaking language, but in body language, within performance and within your work, and the ultimate care that comes from that. I guess it's not really a question, it's more of just an overall reflection. Like, how do you navigate this role of language within your work, especially when, it's such an intimate, connective tool within, people coming to you? And it's super broad, I know, but...
No, but that's very interesting, because...
I think it's on. Yeah, I think it's on.
Yeah. I think that's very interesting because the point of my work is really transmission, really like how you transmit maybe a particular history or particular story. And it's always very interesting to see how usually the participant is very keen on somehow being understood or being heard. And the languages they use really vary, like very different experiences. Last evening, I had two Zambian people who, when they came up, they were like, "Oh, I heard you're from Zambia. Is it okay if I share in Bemba?" Because then, I think for them it was like a point of comfort, or maybe a point of in which it's easier for them to share. And one of them started by sharing how Bemba, I'm thinking about now what Lateju was speaking, how Bemba was her father's mother's tongue, because we don't really have the concept of a father tongue in Zambia. It's your mother tongue and your father's mother's tongue in that way. Yeah, so then when she was like, "Oh, can I speak in Bemba?" And then I was like, "Yeah, sure. Do you want to speak in Bemba because I'm Zambian or because you're Zambian?" And she's like, "No, because I feel like then this way I communicate better. Like it's easier for me to transmit the story I want to say and to be able to explain some things that I wouldn't necessarily be able to explain in English." I was like, "Oh, why?" And then she's like, "Yeah, because I feel like you'll understand me better in Bemba." She said this. And thinking also of like a previous participant who had heard that I was from Africa, and I think she misplaced the country and she thought I spoke French. So she was seated there and she's speaking in French for like 5 minutes. And then like, because I cannot speak any word of French, And then she was like really into the story. And while she was sharing, I couldn't bring myself to tell her like, well, like, yeah. But then eventually she got to it, and then I explained to her, I was like, okay, like I really appreciate what you shared about. I don't know what it is about because I can't speak any French. And then she was like, "Oh, I thought it would be very violent if I shared it to you in English." I was like, well, I mean, French would be the same if you think about it in that way. But then I was like, "Oh, thank you though for the consideration." But like yeah, sure. But then, yeah, I think in the way it becomes very, like, you think about like the complexities of language, like even if it's like different languages or thinking about like translation, it's never really enough in and of itself to transmit what the person's trying to share in that moment. And with the Zambian couple from last evening, I think that one was easier because, well, it happened that we can speak the same language, and then for her it allowed her to speak about certain things that she couldn't really translate, even expressions like you know, like when in the middle of the story, so things that cannot really be defined. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. That's incredibly interesting. And then also even if there is this understanding or not understanding in what this person is saying, there's also that body language that also forms as a baseline connection. This, you know, intimate act of care that you're already transmitting. I want to open up the floor to the audience to ask any of our speakers here any kind of reflection or observation they might have. You can just put up your hand and a mic will come to you. Very quiet audience today. Okay, well then maybe we can. Hey, there is a question? Okay, great. Tanda?
Thank you very much. I actually would like to ask Pumla if you can expand on what you mentioned about the polyglot fluencies.
Okay.
It's on. You can
Is
just
it on?
Yeah.
Okay. So polyglot sensibility is so I developed it as a way to think about how to think about the world from an African location in ways that recognize that we're always situated in more than one language system. And I don't just mean language as in Yoruba and Zulu and Shona, but I mean, you know, the languages of the body, the languages of multiple kind of conceptual universes, and so it's I suppose it's a reading practice that's open to the recognition that meaning comes languaged in different ways. Right, so I feel like it's kind of what you're playing with in this exhibition collectively. In that it's the recognition that first of all, you know, so to your question, Beata, about safety and language, I don't know that we. I mean, I don't know that for me that I think the relationship between language and safety is a useful way to think about language. So I think language is about all sorts of things, right? It's slippery rather than safe. Sometimes productive, sometimes I worry that for me to think about language and I don't know that I've experienced language and safety, first of all. So it's not just a conceptual thing, even as someone who speaks and is fluent in several literal languages. So a polyglot sensibility then is this recognition that even if the text is you're trained in literary writing and reading, and it's in 4 languages that you speak fluently, that something still escapes, right? And then there's something in the interaction of that of those languages that is always incomplete, but also always producing different kinds of things. But it's also developed in opposition to, I developed it also in part irritation to what I call the monolingual sensibility, which comes from, okay, it's a little petty, which comes from my irritation as a girl and a young woman watching those. Okay, I'm not going to explain this too much. Watching those American films about the American spies who would go to Russia, take a 2-week course in Russian, and be so fluent that they would go undercover in a big Russian submarine or secret society, and nobody would be able to tell that they were not Russian, right? And I just remember there were a lot of these, and I would get very irritated because I would think, but they can tell the way you speak, right? And so this kind of idea that, which is also kind of the idea of kind of proper education in the disciplines conventionally, that there is one way that has to be primary. So if you're taught properly, if you speak this properly, this gives you complete access to the world. So a polyglot sensibility is about saying, actually, no, because it just gives you, I don't know, 2%. And maybe the 2% is interesting, but actually it's much more productive, not safe, but it's much more productive and maybe more exciting and maybe more interesting to recognize that there are always multiple grammars and languages and fluencies that are being called, especially by creative texts. So, yeah.
Perfect. Oh. No, we use a mic here, please.
Gladys, I have a question for you, and I think I have a question for Sakai as well. I've always been really interested in the idea of the body speaking without having to say anything. So I'm really curious about your decision to, your work is so gentle. So I'm really grappling with the choice of why you decided to decapitate. That's what I call decapitating black women's heads. Yeah. So I'm just curious. It's coming from a curious place.
I think there's several reasons as to why the heads are not present in the videos. So maybe I'll start by explaining it from like a much later place with the performance, because in the performance you can sort of see the head. For most people, or maybe for anyone who doesn't know what the performance is about, it's generally about sharing. It's about being able to speak about certain stories or certain people in a sort of safe and caring space. One of the things I had to really look about was at things where like, particularly in relation to, what do you call it? What do you call it when you're doing a research and you have to follow like ethics? Yeah, so around ethics and protecting identities and maybe protecting certain stories that people want to share was how to think about that. So with the performances, of course, because a lot of my work looks at looking at stories of women and so forth, complicated as they may be. With the audio, it's two things. So it's a way of, one, carrying the voices of the women whom I'm researching on and whose stories I'm looking for, but it's also a way of masking and creating a safe space for the person that's doing the sharing. But when they're doing the video, it's more intimate than in the performance. In the performance, of course, there's intimacy in that it's just me and the person sharing on the stage, and they're sort of masked or protected by the audio of the people singing that people cannot really hear into what they're saying. But then in the video, this is a way maybe to think about that, is a way to protect the identity, although some people don't really mind that their identity is shown, but also in a way to protect their inner thoughts that they're sharing, because this is what they're doing. And because they're doing it in a setting where I'm filming it, like I'm capturing it on video. So you can see them, you can hear them, and even if I was to mask it with sound, there are some people who are very inquisitive that would be able to lip read. I was saying to Kanye, because that in one of the performances, there's somebody who literally got up and did this, like they were so curious, like what is happening or what is being shared. Yeah. So I think in a way, it's really about this. It's really about protecting the sharer.
Yeah, please.
My second question
Yes.
is for Sakai. I don't know if she can hear me. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I was thinking about what you were saying about language, and I was, in my head, I just started thinking about this whole, because I've also been thinking about speaking Xhosa, speaking Zulu, and speaking multiple other languages as well, and just wondering about like this feeling of imposter syndrome which I think you kind of hinted at, which Professor Kola hinted at a little bit. I think by just imposter, but I think as well there's like this narrative of the insider and outsider relationship between language, and I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that. I know that you touched on that a little bit, but I just wanted to find out if you could elaborate a little bit about your decisions, re, you know, the insider and insider relations regarding your decisions with language, especially in your video.
Yeah, it's such a good way to explain it. Like, it is a feeling of imposter syndrome for me because it's like, how do I find a way in to something that I was born into, technically. I didn't speak any English until I was 4. So Shauna is there somewhere in the background, in the recesses of my memory. And it's unmistakable to me when I hear it. Like, if I heard someone speaking Shauna, I know it's definitely Shauna. I kind of understand it sometimes, and sometimes I don't. And I never really know why. Sometimes I can pick it up and sometimes I can't. And it's also, I think a lot of things are kind of gestural as well. So the way that people the way that people speak with their hands and their gestural and their open in Shauna sort of like speaks to me more than English, which, I mean, people do that in English, but when they speak English, but they're not as animated necessarily. I think that the imposter syndrome really comes when I'm engaging with languages that I don't have the sort of lineage of, like, necessarily. So like when I was working with Zulu, and when I've worked also with Swahili and other pieces that I've made. But I mean, the first pieces that I made in art school for my degree show, like the first works that I would say are like complete works of mine, were titled with German, and I didn't feel I didn't feel uncomfortable at all with using German. And so I think it's something to do with like giving ourselves permission to engage with our own languages and then with other languages, other African and diasporic, African and Caribbean even languages, like listening to people and understanding not just the word, but the tonality and how to say it properly. Like, I felt a lot of fear about saying the words wrong, but also knowing that I have made sure that I know the meaning enough so that even if I say it wrong, I know that I know what I'm trying to say, you know? And yeah, so I think it's something that I grapple with a lot, and I'm trying to um within my practice and just within my life, I'm trying to like engage with these languages very more seriously. So I will be learning Shona, I will be learning Swahili, because I feel like it's important for me to be able to learn those languages. And that English should be the only colonial language that I know fluently. And then from that point on, I start to integrate more African languages. That's my dream. That's my hope. So that I maybe don't feel so much of an imposter in time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very important questions. Does anyone else want to offer an observation, Tato?
I've really enjoyed hearing about Latiju and Pamina's experience from that lusophone perspective. I think as someone born and raised and growing up in Southern Africa, it's a part of my understanding of various lived experiences around language. It's a part of the continent that I am completely, it's a blind side, you know, in my purview of the experience of language, its creolization, its hybridity, its migration across various parts of the continent. So it's really fascinating. My question is also about precisely that, the switching from one to the other, Portuguese and perhaps maybe a matrilineal language that is indigenous to you, this kind of duality. And then hearing Sakai speak, I'm also like wondering about the uses of the uses of translating. Like, what is the use of translation? Is there a greater potential in refusing translation, potentially? What does that refusal give us, and how does it empower us, you know? And perhaps you as artists in your work. Yeah, the choice of titles in specific languages for works you may have produced, you know, in what way does refusing translation or actively translating play with this kind of like, with the experiences of language for yourself and where you come from? Yeah, I guess, I hope that makes sense. There's something of a thread there when it comes to Lusophone.
Yeah, please go ahead, Pamela.
It's a long struggle with not being able to speak local language, none of the local language. I'm more at peace right now. But that has to do also with accepting that our Portuguese has its own transformation, its own cultural influence, its own dynamic and rhythm, and accepting that I'm still in that process. I'm not saying that every day it's like, oh, not every day I'm okay with only speaking Portuguese. But because that means that I have to accept that there's no more almost like an intergenerational dialogue happening, because there's no more oral transmission within the family. So my mother doesn't speak Kimbundo anymore. My dad speaks a bit, but on a daily life, you don't have that that exercise. You don't have that constant daily connection with the language. So it becomes something that we just use some words. And I used to have a lot of imposter syndrome using the words. And I struggle a lot also to use them in my work. So I hear a lot of this conversation, and I feel that it has been the process that I'm at. And some of these issues, I don't think they're never going away. So I'm accepting more and more the Portuguese that we speak, because for me there's also a history in the way that we speak this Portuguese, in the way, and that's for me this video is so important, is our own Portuguese, is the way we form the sentences, and it's completely different from this colonial Portuguese, this colonial language that we in school in a structure we're still trying to preserve. I still navigate in a known place a lot in Luanda, for many reasons, but language being one of them. It's not only Luanda, I mean in Angola, because when you get out of Luanda, the capital, the dynamic is you find people with my age that they know how to speak their own local language. So it's difficult to engage explaining your experience. Sometimes it's difficult to explain Luanda's experience. But I'm trying to practice more listening, because for many years I was trying to be accepted and validated. So now I'm trying the other way, which is a little bit of what Lachuju was saying. that person was curious. So I'm trying to be that person curious within my own country. Yeah, I mean, and Lusophony as Francophony is an illusion as well. I had the opportunity to work with some Santomans, some artists from Santomé. I had never, it was my first time ever engaging with the Santomans Portuguese. So that was something really good. I didn't know the sound, the dynamic of that Portuguese. So we don't know a lot. Well, I know some Cape Verdean people, but I never been to Cape Verde. So there's so many things, layers to this Portuguese and the cultural dynamics within this Portuguese that I'm still curious to learn. And I don't know if I answered, but it's still something that I'm still navigating. So all of these conversations are open some wounds, but at the same time healing some wounds or trying to start the healing process in a way. Yeah.
Do you want to respond?
Yes, I would really like to talk about the refusal to translate, the empowering aspect of that, in that it really called me. Amongst other latitudes and things, I also work professionally with translation and interpretation. And many times it happens even in the work, so even when having to deliver a translation, where when I'm by myself in my process on my laptop, deciding which word I'm going to choose to transmit or to transfer what is being said in one language to another. And sometimes finding myself in that process refusing to use a word or another. And in this moment, I find a great deal of power, because in a way I'm rewriting a story or a saying in a way that in a moment I feel is fitting for a specific context or a specific even feeling within a day or something. And so I think that it's very powerful for ourselves in our day-to-day, in our practices, to be able to claim the way that we feel we want to say things, the way that we feel that we taste things, and that we sense that there's no other way to say those things, or maybe the way that we feel that we want to re-say things. So, for instance, in this exercise of translation, in this labor, more like of translation, I find myself even battling with things like, gendered things from one language to another, like translating from French and Portuguese that has gendered things. Like for some reason in French, the table is feminine, right? And so, how do I translate that, or how do I make, sometimes when I'm talking about individuals or things, how do I make them fit in a space that is, or not fit, more like, or how do I allow them to live in a way that is more expansive, that is sometimes even more neutral, that is sometimes even much more imaginable to other latitudes in different, more vast ways. So I think that sometimes language, there's many things that we can do with language, through language, and I think that it's very powerful for us to acknowledge how there's ways that we can make words, expressions, things that we speak exist in very different ways, in our own way. There's a lot of power in doing that. And not negotiating that is very important. So yeah, that's how I feel about this refusal to translate.
Thank you. Yes, Anna.
I don't want to hog the mic, but
No.
I really think it would be important just to hear a little bit, Gladys and Pamina, your work actually stems from really, well, for everyone, but to contextualize your work a little bit more, Gladys, can you speak about how this started from your PhD research and liberation histories, and Pamina, your activism work? I think it would be amiss if you don't give us that context.
Should I go first?
Yes, please.
Okay. Where to begin from? So the work initially was following like very specific women freedom fighters, and it was looking at this idea that certain stories are erased, and not just erased, like they become invisible, but that they become less visible, or that they changed over time, and that sometimes they were not as visible, maybe because of the way in which we interacted with them, so that maybe we didn't see them, not because that they were invisible, but then because we just were unable to perceive of them in maybe a different kind of form, or maybe we were deaf to them, or that we couldn't really sort of in some way figure out what they felt like if you touched them, or like if you were to use like maybe your other senses like smell, like you couldn't identify or recognize their presence. So it was really around that idea. But then as I continued working on it, of course I started noticing some of my own biases in some of these absences. In one that was standing out the most, I found was definition. So a lot of times I thought that when I went into archives and I was looking for specific stories, I mistakenly thought that they were not there. But they were not there because I had a bias, I had a definition I was working with. You see, a freedom fighter in the very early stages of my work was defined as somebody who was part of a political party, who was in a rally, and who was performing in certain kinds of ways that I was expecting to see images of them in that sort of arena. And then when I didn't see these images, I thought, oh well, the archive is wrong. It has erased this woman. But then in rethinking some of these definitions, that's sort of when the work became around questioning how we see, how we perceive, how we feel, and how we transmit certain kinds of stories. So I started designing these performances or these works where I'd ask people to then speak about different women, or think about in what ways people really participated in liberation heroes beyond this conceived idea of liberation movements. I started looking at maybe the broader context in which they existed or in which they performed some of these practices, so within women's leagues, or what was called women's leagues. And when I was looking at this also had me questioning ideas of what I thought was radical, which was something also I think was a misconception maybe on my end. But they're not just all my fault, because I think these misconceptions are formed based on how we interact and how we move in society. And a lot of times the women liberation heroes I was seeing were people who were almost presented always as the spectacle. So which almost answers your question also, but in a little bit, in that a lot of times these stories are made a spectacle of, in that they are big, that we don't see the personal, or we forget how to deal with the very personal aspect of it. Yeah, and so when I started researching into the women liberation groups or women's groups within liberation movements, for the context of much of Zambia and Zimbabwe, I noticed that when the countries were becoming independent, these groups were sort of not necessarily phasing out, but reforming themselves into different other kinds of existences. So in Zambia, for example, you had what you called the Rhodesian Women's Leagues, the UNIP Women's Brigade, all these kinds of groups which were respectable spaces for women to participate in politics, you know, like whatever that meant in that context. But then after independence, there was sort of not really much need of like a women's group within a political party, although they're still there, but they're not as active as they were during like the colonial time, or at least during the era of liberation. But then shortly after that, they started forming in the churches. In some churches like the Anglican Church, the Catholic Church, and the United Church of Zambia, which in itself, a whole different other story or history, was like formed as some sort of religious identity of the country when we're going into independence. The groups came back literally as the Women's League. They're literally called Women's Leagues, of course with other subgroups within them. And yeah, so it became a lot about thinking about how these groups, of course, exist as a political entity, but also in ways in which they redefined and created definitions for themselves and even meaning. So you think about the Women's League in the Catholic Church, which is the music you hear when there's the installation, then there's a whole different one that we were listening to when it's the performance time. You think about the roles that they begin to play within the church. You know, you always think about the church in terms of like these gendered powers, like the priest is always a man and things like this. But then within the context of Zambia, which is a matrilineal society, you find that women hold space and power in a way that we're not usually traditionally used to seeing. So it became really about thinking about this radicalness, or like the way they subvert these notions of power and then translating this into the work, maybe using like a visual language of performance or video making in some sense. I don't know if this makes sense, but ideally in a nutshell, this is sort of what the work is about.
So yes, activism. So yeah, I have been doing activism as long as I remember, to be honest. And it's funny that it started with helping in a cultural association. And I never thought that I would be here as an artist. So this is when it started. Before evolving to more LGBTIQ feminist movement building, I have a lot of questions about activism, and I wouldn't be here doing this art if it wasn't all of those questions. Some of those questions are related to intersectionality, and that's what led me to start researching more about how to speak about that, what at the time I was calling racism in Angola. And that's when I started reading more about coloniality of power and understanding more the layers that all of these dynamics, class, racism, that I was feeling that I really needed to speak about. And that's how I started making art. So 6 years ago, I was that person that was like, oh, I'm not an artist, I just write. And then I started evolving to other things. And this research, this video, came from starting to figure out how in a word to actually talk about all of these intersections. And as always, my goal is try to figure out what is community, what is collective trauma. So it was very important to me to go on the streets and hear from other people's minds what they thought about these expressions. So this research started in 2019, actually because of one other artist from Mozambique, Marilu Namoda, and she was doing this video called Língua de Cão, dog language, to talk about how we connect with our language. Actually, this work started way before we had so many conversations about doing something with Grada Quilomba. Is this Portuguese writer that has this book called Plantation Memories, and I always wanted to do something about language, and that slowly evolved. It was always in my head to helping Marilu collect some testimonies on how people engage with their local language, because she was doing Língua de Cão, her video. And from that, I decided to collect, to do a Facebook questionnaire online, asking people what are the expression, colonial and post-colonial expression that are still used in our present day. And it was so many expressions, and then I selected 6. So this is the work that you see now. So this is the evolution of this research. It started on this process, and then I went to the street. It was just collecting testimonies from people. I went to 3 neighborhoods. I want to do it more. I want to go to, if I can, this is a still open research, if I can go to other neighborhoods in Luanda. And then evolve to a sound installation, and then to this experimental video. Because for me, it's all connected to the body, to dismembering the body, dismantling the body, talking about all of these traumas that we have in the body, and trying to ask how did we got here. So this is the research. I'm amazed that this video is here, because I have shown very few times this video in Luanda because of spaces. Spaces to be able to have these kind of conversations. And every time people react in different ways, people feel very strong to share their own language, the colonial, post-colonial expression that they still hear the most, or either socially or either in their family. So I'm really eager to continue this work. So this work has been evolved to a podcast where we analyze, where I invite people to analyze the video and we have a conversation. And for me, that's also a way to continue this collective dialogue. I'm always asking, how can we truly make this conversation a collective one? Because the video is in YouTube, the podcast is in Spotify. So these limitations of where people can have access to this content. Now I have been fighting to have this in a book. So that's the next step. But now we have a space, and the idea is to have young artists to engage with this kind of work. I feel that this conversation is going to inform a lot of how am I going to look at this research, the next steps for this research, not only for the conversations on the podcast, and the podcast is called O Ensaio Possível, which is in English, again, translation, is the possible essay. Thank you. And it's gonna, these conversations are that we're gonna have throughout the day is going to inform this podcast, but also it's gonna inform a lot of how am I gonna do the next research, how am I gonna engage with people on the street. There's a lot of things that I wanted to change, but one of the things that I'm really proud is we got people for different skin tones, different ages, different class, social class. We also, some of the testimonies show you how, like, the line between gender, sexuality, class, it's so thin. You can see how all of these things are connected. One of the ladies said it's in the sound. I still see her every day because it was collected in the neighborhood that where our art center is. So I can, every time I go through her, she sells jinguba and banana in the market that I have to go through to get to our art center. And every time I hear her voice, it's like, oh my God, I can hear what she's saying in the video, what she's saying in the sound. And you see, and she has such a strong testimony, and I cannot unhear what she said. So every time I hear her voice, I always remember all the things that she had to share. So yes, this is the research. It's called Qual Entendimento, which is mixing. It's not mixing, it's the way that we see quale. Sometimes we mix two words. It sounds that almost like in our Portuguese, you're mixing, you putting two words together the way that we speak. And then, which in English is what is the understanding, what you understand by, and it starts with a question. So a lot of my work is question, just asking people, putting a question on the table. So this is the question. So I just went to the street and was like, I said the expression and I asked, what do you understand by it? And then you just, hear what people have to say.
Thank you. So we've reached the end of this discussion, and I'd just like to extend such a deep thanks to all the panelists and artists here today for such an engaging, engagement with your work and with this constant and what is understanding of language and how do we navigate and use it. I'm hoping that this conversation can continue over a really good plate of food, and we can all join in having lunch together now for a bit of time. I think we have 90 minutes, which will also then, I'm going to give it to Tato in a second, but then we'll also have space for you to see the show if you haven't had a chance to visit the exhibition on the 3rd floor yet. But thank you again to you and also all of you here. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sakai. Enjoy the rest of your day. Please make your way to the table, be seated anywhere comfortable. And it's a harvest-style meal, so sharing bowls, sharing plates. Go ahead, please. Thank you. We're good. Great. I think the rest of our audience will trickle in as we continue with our next panel. It was really a great start to the program this morning with Professor Phumla providing such a strong framing for the conversation around language and visual art practices of the artists in the exhibition. And so we move on to our second panel, which will be deliberated by the other curator of the exhibition, Tandazani Dhlakama. And we will begin with a framing statement from Ruth Simbao, and we'll have her joined by more of the artists as well. Okay, just to give you some context for Ruth's work, Ruth is a professor in the Fine Art Department at Rhodes University and teaches art history and visual culture. Her research interests include contemporary art with a particular focus on Africa, the geopolitics of art and society, geopolitics in relation to biennialization, strategic southernness in the global south, theories of place, contraflow diasporas, cosmopolitanism and cosmolocalism. There are many other areas that Ruth's work touches on. But just to add that Simbao received her PhD from Harvard University's Department of History of Art and Architecture in 2008. And was also an American Council of Learned Societies postdoctoral fellow as part of the Humanities in Africa program in 2010. In recent years, Simbao has founded the following research initiatives, projects and networks: Visual and Performing Arts Africa in 2011 to present, Residencies for Artists and Writers 2014 to present, Art and Culture, Writers in Africa in 2015. She is a widely published scholar in her own right. Joining Ruth is a really special guest as well, Panashe Chigumadzi, mentioned earlier by Phumla. Dr. Panashe Chigumadzi is an award-winning writer, scholar, and cultural historian. She is the author of These Bones Will Rise Again, published in 2018. It is a historical memoir reflecting on Robert Mugabe's military ouster through the spirits of anti-colonial heroine Mbuya Nehanda and Panashe's own grandmother. No, sorry, Panashe's grandmother, right? It is your grandmother. Mbuya, yes, Mbuya Chigumadzi. The book was shortlisted in the 2019 Alan Paton Prize for Nonfiction. Her 2015 debut novel, Sweet Medicine, won the 2016 Kei Miller Literary Award. She's written extensively for several journals and magazines, and is herself the founding editor of Vanguard magazine, a platform for Black women coming of age in post-apartheid South Africa. Lastly, Chigumadzi holds a doctorate from Harvard University's Department of African and African American Studies and has a master's degree in African literature from the University of the Witwatersrand. Buhlebeze, another artist from our exhibition. Buhlebeze Siwani is an artist and sangoma currently based in Amsterdam and Cape Town, raised between Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. In her practice, she considers the embodied and spiritual experiences of Black women in South Africa and predominantly works in performance, video, and installation. Siwane holds a BA in Fine Arts Honours from the Wits School of Art in Johannesburg. She earned her MFA from the MOCAA School of Fine Arts here in Cape Town. She is a co-founder. She co-founded the Black Women's Collective of Artists known as Iqia. In 2021, Siwane was also the Standard Bank Young Artist Award winner for visual art. The award included a traveling exhibition of Ieza at Standard Bank Gallery in 2023. It's also lovely to point out that Witloeza is currently shortlisted in the Future Generation Art Prize, which will be announced later this year. And it is so exciting to be able to also include in this panel today our colleague, Bulelwa Kunene, who is an alumni of the Museum Fellowship I've mentioned on several occasions today already, and she is currently a research assistant in our curatorial department, so it will be lovely to hear her speak and respond to the work she has had the chance to live with as well. As a researcher and arts practitioner from Eswatini, in 2022, Bulelwa was part of the MTN Bushfire Festival team as a head of department for the Bring Your Fire Zone and worked as part of Yebo Art Gallery's team on various exhibitions and EU-funded projects. She was also part of the initial startup team for the Wuga Project Space in Malkens, Eswatini, which seeks to uplift and promote local sculptural practices, permaculture, and youth communities. She completed the Zeitz MOCAA UWC Museum Fellowship Program in 2023 and is currently continuing her postgraduate studies at University of Western Cape in the Department of Historical Studies. Thank you very much. Very excited to tap into the thematics of this next panel. Please do enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a relaxed lunch and are ready for some more conversation. I really want to thank all of you for being here today and say that it really is an honor for me to be here. Thank you so much to Tandazani and Beata for inviting me. And I don't say this lightly, but I find myself amidst a really extraordinary group of artists. And having heard some of you speak this morning, that really double emphasizes that for me, that I haven't been in a lot of art gatherings. Sometimes I don't like art gatherings, but I haven't been in an art gathering that has felt so meaningful and profound to me in terms of the way the artists create their work and also the way that artists talk about their work. So I do think it is quite exceptional. So thank you. I only saw the exhibition this morning for the first time, so I'm not going to only be talking about the exhibition, I'm going to be talking about some other lens-based art as well. And I was asked to create a positioning statement about examining land, place, space, and the metaphysical through lens-based mediums. So I am going to get to issues of land and space and place, but I want to begin with a question. And the question is, can a camera pray? So even though I'm mostly a writer, I actually feel very attached to my camera. I've taken many photographs. I'm just finishing up my first documentary film, which is based in Zambia, and I'm starting to think about a new film, which is a lot more experimental, which is based in St. Helena Island. So as someone who loves the camera, and I feel that the camera is part of my research, I'm very fascinated with this question, can a camera pray? And for me, this is not just a question about our eyes, seeing through a camera, but also a question to do with hands, a question to do with our hearts, a question to do with souls and even spirits. So can a camera pray? So let me tell you the story of how I came across this question. In 2022, I co-edited this book, Visualizing China in Southern Africa, Biography, Circulation, Transgression. And I wrote an in-depth analysis of a film called A Letter to My Cousin in China, which was produced in 1999 by the South African filmmaker Henien Han, who is of Chinese descent. And probably not that many people in South Africa know about him. His film is a profoundly intimate, intergenerational story that traces his parents' unintended move to South Africa during the Second World War and portrays the dilemma of where do we bury the dead when we are far from our ancestral home or our ancestral land. Stranded in South Africa during the war, Han's father ended up working for the Chinese consulate in Johannesburg, where after 14 years his wife finds him and eventually she relocates to South Africa too. Besides his film, Henien also created a series of beautiful but very haunting portraits of his mother, who faced intense nostalgia, isolation, and depression up to the time of her death. However, by the time of her death, her husband was no longer working for the Chinese consulate. And now it had become the Taiwanese consulate. And this was due to the apartheid government's shift in political allegiance. And of course, the apartheid government hated communism, and they associated in the 1950s and 1960s the association of anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, and even had the word rooi gevaar, which means red danger, in relation to communism. So he now worked for the Taiwanese consulate. So due to this geopolitical shift, the filmmaker's father was forced to bury his wife in Taiwan, even though she longed to return to when she was alive or to be buried in her home village in China. Years later, when the filmmaker's father contemplates his own place of burial, he decides to retrieve her remains from Taiwan so that she can be buried beside her family. In this film, we witness the retrieval and the cremation of human remains. We see close-up scenes of bones being reduced to ash, scenes that are incredibly painful to watch. And I've seen this film many times and have never been able to watch it without crying. It's incredibly moving. Henien's sisters turn away, unable to look. But the filmmaker views this deeply intimate trauma, not just through his camera, but I want to say with his camera. So in the essay that I wrote, I suggest that the filmmaker experiences his camera as being alive, as a much-needed companion who can see with him. The camera becomes an integral part of his process of seeing that which is too difficult to see. Wandering through the streets of Taipei that night, thinking of his frail and distraught father, the filmmaker narrates, "What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to find some secret wisdom to be passed from his dying father to his son? Can a camera pray?" In my own interpretation of this film, the very utterance of the question, "Can a camera pray?" is in itself a prayer, a form of incantation, regardless of how one defines prayer or the deities, entities, or spirits that one might pray to or pray with. In the light of the powerful lens-based works in Seekers, Seers, Soothsayers, I posit the camera as a medium, not just in the sense of a material substance that artists employ, but potentially part of a process of mediumship, of channeling ideas, feelings, spirits, perhaps an incantation itself. In this process of seeing with, there is inevitable unpredictability, dynamism, movement, interruption, and immersion, as many of the artists speak the impossible, see the unseeable, and touch on deep pain. Lataju says, "The unexpected can happen when you're behind a camera, when you attempt to travel through time to interrupt history." For Nyacho Nwanri, understanding is intuitive, not logical, and she says it's like a channel, and I love her idea of understanding being like a channel. People tend to think of a camera as harnessing light, or is it better to say that a camera channels light, it surrenders to light, or it dances with light and shadow? In the arts, we usually think of the word shades, referring to gradations of light and dark, But in my own work, I also use the word shades to talk about shades as in spirits of the dead. I'm fascinated with the shadow in Helena Wambembe's film installation and the way she talks about it. You enter the room, she says, and the light hits you, and you are part of the performance. You are part of the work. She carries on and she says, you are now with the shadow. That's in the image, and she's referring to the shadow figure that you can see there. So as you enter it, you are with the shadow. In a sense, you kind of submit to the shadow, become part of the story, and therefore you as the viewer see more than if you weren't part of it and immersed in it in this way. This poetic notion of surrendering to the shadow and thereby seeing more or seeing with recalls for me the importance of the shadow in Hugo Kakanam's poetic way of seeing that draws from his indigenous methodology of Mpondo theory. I don't know if any of you know his book, but it's a beautiful, beautiful book. In his book called Deathscapes, the writer plays with the word ukwakumkanya, which refers to the action of lifting up one's hand to shade one's eyes in order to see better. So this sort of action. So listen to how he writes about it. He says, creating a shadow in order to illuminate, shielding one's eyes in order to see far, the paradox of creating light by blocking the sun's glare. Okwakumkanya is to block out distractions and draw into sharp relief. To throw shade or create a shadow over the face, it creates a tunnel vision in order to focus the gaze. Okwakumkanya is to pause, to double take by looking again, refigure, unquote. There is a metaphorical and a metaphysical way of seeing. It's not about the physical mechanics of the eye or the camera. It is a way of seeing that resonates deeply, I think, with the lens-based artwork in Seekers, Seers, Soothsayers. As a writer who feels very attached to my camera and who thinks in images as well as in words, I'm in the process of developing an experimental film. So it's very, very early stages. So it's an experimental film about tracing an ancestor of mine from St. Helena Island, who for most of her life worked as a domestic servant for the soldiers of the British East India Company. St. Helena is about 2,000 kilometers off the Angola-Namibia border. From that coast, it's about 2,000 kilometers into the sea towards Brazil, and was a refreshment station for the Portuguese, then the Dutch, and eventually the British, who stayed there for quite a while. So this time period is spanning from like 16th to 19th centuries. The island is incredibly remote. I've learned about, let me just go back. I've learned about archival information and other details about this ancestor through my engagement with spirit mediums. And as a lens-based researcher, I resonate deeply with Henny and Hans' question, can a camera pray? Perhaps we can extend his metaphor, can a camera channel? Can a camera mourn? My own engagement with, my own spiritual engagement, I think I'd like to call it, with ancestral spirits, impacts the way that I view place, land, and space. So I'm coming back to this, the framing of place, land, and space. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps my early intuitive scholarly ideas about land and place being profoundly intertwined with spirits led me to a more explicit communication with my ancestors. In 2016, I wrote about site situational, and I prefer to use the word site situational instead of site specific. So I wrote about site situational performance and argued that performers don't just bring meaning to land or to place. There's a co-creation of meaning. This co-creation can include engagement with residues of history and trauma, with energetic imprints from across timelines, and with spiritual beings too. Bell Hooks reminds us that dropping into our bodies and dropping into the soil is part of a decolonial process. Writing about the importance of walking and being connected to the earth and touching the earth, she explains that this recalls the legacy of our ancestors who knew that the way we regard land and nature will determine the level of our self-regard. When the earth is sacred to us, our bodies can also be sacred to us. In my recent research in Zambia, I've been thinking a lot about land, soil, and ancestral spirits associated with the earth. I've been following the creation of a Chinese-built memorial site in Lusaka that is supposed to commemorate the Chinese, Zambians, and Tanzanians who died while building the Tazara railway line in the 1960s and 70s. And at the back of the memorial site here, this is the new site, you can see 36, the graveyard with 36 Chinese individuals, so only Chinese graves here, not African as well. And these graves were actually exhumed from 2 different grave sites in Zambia. Since the relocation of remains, the old gravestones at Leopard's Hill Cemetery have been left there, abandoned to this day. And in front of the stones are gaping holes where the remains once lay. And I went there recently, it was 2 years since I've been there, and had spoken to grave diggers who said that the holes were going to be filled in and they've just been left there, wide open. So for the film I'm making that's called Tule Losha, which means we are mourning, I recreated the scene of someone honoring a spirit in a traditional Chinese way. While there are resonances in terms of African and Chinese respect for the dead and ways of honoring the dead, at the new memorial site, no traditional ways of honoring the dead are actually allowed. So for the film, we specifically chose the old grave site of the only women among the comrades, Hu Yun Mei. In an interview for the film, Bin Jun, who shares a name with Hu Yun Mei, explained the Chinese concept of blood soil, and I find this to be a very beautiful concept. When the deceased has settled, she says, with the soil for a long time, the soil and body merge. As such, the soil is also considered to be part of your family, blood soil. Because of this profoundly integrated approach that views body, spirit, and soil as one, during the process of relocating the grave, the human remains and the soil need to be handled with great care. So I've been thinking about this concept of blood soil and this integration of body, spirit, and land. And I think this reflects my sort of long-standing ideas about land and place, which challenges the Western dichotomy of space and place. So people often talk about what is the difference between space and place. In 2019, I published an article that questions this typical Western distinction between place and space. With place, people talk about it often in relation to people and attachments to place, whereas space is often kind of stereotyped as more abstract and free of the quote-unquote burden of objects and human beings and attachments. And obviously some of these attachments are quite conservative, like notions of nationalism and kind of patriotism and parochialism. But this distinction is very Western. And even the idea that it's possible to separate land, people, energies, and spirits is quite a peculiar idea. So the human geographer Doreen Massey, she asks, what if we refuse that distinction? That there's this imaginary distinction between space and place and the associated stereotypes, which is merely a way of taming ideas about spatiality. So I want to talk a little bit about Gladys's work, and it gives me great pleasure to talk about her work, seeing as she was my PhD student, and we worked together, we've known each other for many years. And I was recently asked to write about something for an exhibition in Livingstone in Zambia. And in that essay, I included this work that most of you have seen, that's in the Seers, and Soothsayers exhibition. And her work is titled, These Practices Are Done in Sharing Her Stories. So I titled the essay, Radical Intimacies, Anti-Monumental Storytelling in the Art of Gladys Calaccini. And one of the questions, Gladys did talk about this a little bit earlier, that she asked is, what does it mean to be radical? In Calaccini's earlier research about women during Zambia's liberation struggle, the idea of radicalness was relatively straightforward. Analyzing photographs in the National Archive, she challenged the shortage of images and stories of the UNIP Women Brigade, later called the Women's League, and women freedom fighters more broadly. However, in her recent work, the idea of what it means to be radical takes on a different shape. The artist collects ephemeral stories about women while they perform rituals of communion. Rather than simply documenting these stories, Calaccini captures the feeling of the spaces, that women create as they share, remember, and memorialize the stories of other women. And some of us experienced this morning. So critical to Caleccini's work is the relationship between materiality, the telling of stories, and the holding of memories. What can different materials placed in an artist's hand reveal about ways of holding space? So this kind of dichotomous notion of place and space really flies in the face of the notion of what does it mean to hold space. So what can these different materials placed in an artist's hand reveal about holding space and holding memories? What sorts of monuments or counter-monuments can we generate when we place value on multiple stories, including, and especially, stories that have not been heard, stories that have been written out of the annals, that have not been written into the annals of history or have deliberately been written out or suppressed? In what ways can the simple and intimate holding of memories, rather than the explicit documenting of memories, and in what way can this be revolutionary? And as an art historian who loves to document, I do find this quite a revolutionary concept of not documenting, but simply holding as you hold space. Elsewhere, I've written about the intimacy as resistance, the telling of intimate stories that counter the top-down rhetoric of dominance and state control. I've also written about audacious intimacy that is so bold in its exposure of vulnerability that it jolts others, shaking them out of their learned ways of navigating social space. And I feel that way when I watch Henny and Hans' film, that the intimacy, if you actually watch the film, is incredibly jolting and quite radical and quite resistant in certain ways. Caleccini employs a form of intimacy as resistance, involving the sharing of stories about women, amongst women, while hands, feet, and pieces of cloth are being washed, while space is simply held, generating living archives. I want to bring the notion of living archives that Gladys talks about and creates, and I want to bring this back to where I started with a camera, to photographic processes, to moving images, and to shadows or shades. In an earlier work that Caleccini created for a group exhibition that I created in 2018 called Converge, she drew conceptually from the lack of photographic images in the archives of women freedom fighters. In contrast to the large, fixed and solid public memorials dedicated to male freedom fighters, these beautiful, ghostly fabrics flowed freely, moving in the wind, changing shape, breathing new life into stories and memories. When I look at the ink stains in this work, I imagine being in a darkroom, developing a photographic image with chemicals, an alchemical process, if you will. It is as if this process was interrupted midstream, so the photographic images remain not yet fully formed. Instead, they blow in the wind as whispers of abstract potential, not visually recognizable in the traditional, perhaps confined sense of recognition. It is as if the unfurling photographic process itself mourns, cries. Mourning is perhaps an incantation too, a grieving of absence, and a praying into life of something that counters absence, something that co-creates, something that sees with. Thank you.
Hello? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, Ruth. I'd actually like to invite you to come and join us on stage, and I would also like to invite Panashe, Buhle, and Bulelwa. One of the prompts that we gave everyone who's on stage right now is a quote by Kei Miller, which I will read for you right now. So the prompt was to think through examining land, place, and space through lens-based media and the metaphysical. And Ruth, you've just beautifully offered us a framing statement. The quote from Kei Miller that I gave everyone was, I quote, "After all, don't care how you want to sit there and deny the knowledge of River Mama sitting on her rock. Don't care how you deny the knowledge of fallen angels who can jump into your body as they please, or the knowledge of ancestors who sit beside your bed and watch when they are not hearkening onto the sounds of drumming. Don't care how you deny any of it. All of it is still true. All of them things still exist because them do not need the permission of your belief." And that's a quote by Kei Miller from The Last Warner Women. And so drawing on these themes in Miller's quote and the exhibition, we asked everyone to think through issues of land, memory, lens-based media, and the metaphysical. And so at this point, I would like to ask each one to present their ideas, and I think we'll start with Panashe. A pen, please. Can we give her a hand?
Can we have a timer, please, just to make sure? Because I left my phone there. I just want to make sure I stay in time. 15 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me just get my phone.
So Edna will show you, she'll show you a green card when you're halfway and we're ready.
It's fine. Okay. Cool. Ilizwe lifile. Those of you who speak isiXhosa, can you help us in this, let's call it a call and response session today? What do we mean when we say ilizwe lifile? Let's break it down. Maybe start literally, but thinking, then we can go expansively. What does it mean to say ilizwe lifile? What is the word? What do you think the phrase means? Can you speak up? Mm-hmm. The nation is dead. There's death amongst the people. The world is dead. Yeah? There is brokenness within the people. Brother over there, you look like you have something to say. You're like looking, yeah? Ilizwe lifile. These are words that I constantly return to. I work in the 19th century, the 9 wars of dispossession, and these are words that our great ancestors, isiXhosa-speaking ancestors, spoke as they suffered what they understood to be both a material and metaphysical death during the 9 wars of dispossession, which began with 1779 up until 1878. And growing up in South Africa, or being an adult in South Africa, you'd be forgiven for thinking that South Africa's entire history begins in 1948, that the entire history of struggle is a struggle against apartheid in particular, but forgetting that there are centuries of dispossession that get us before that point. And in particular, thinking about how seminal the 9 wars of dispossession, which British and Boer settlers took and dispossessed isiXhosa and Khoisan-speaking peoples of their land, cattle, and their livelihoods, is absolutely central in understanding the question of Black sovereignty in this country. In particular, if we're thinking beyond the question of democratic inclusion, but rather thinking of the question of sovereignty, those 9 wars of dispossession are incredibly important when we come to the subject of something like language. Whose language authors the Constitution? Is it a mistake that it took until 2020, until the first Constitutional Court judgment was written in isiXhosa, for example? is it a mistake that the first time isiXhosa, or rather the first African language in Southern Africa to be transcribed and written and developed into a language system, occurred during those 9 wars of dispossession? The point here is that there are many systems and structures that have brought us to the point where, for example, Machachi can speak of the ease with which she can write in German, but feels something different when she has to speak in African languages. These things do not happen by chance. It is through structures and historical structures that continue to bear upon us that these things happen. And we had an initial provocation that we were supposed to respond to at a very different presentation, but listening to the first set of conversations, I thought it's important that we name what exactly gets us to this point. It is not the failing of individuals, it is not the failing of parents, black parents who don't teach their children whatever. These are very important structures that continue to shape the ways in which language counts, which language is understood as a language of science, which language is understood as a language of philosophy. And when a black parent decides that my child is going to go to St. Mary's or Rodin, they're making particular historical decisions. Importantly, we must go back to what brought us here, and it's fantastic or tragic that we're right at ground zero here in the mother city, Cape Town. If we go back all the way to 1652, which again, there's actually centuries of war that many of our Khoisan ancestors fought valiantly, all the way back to the 15th century. They fought off the viceroy of India, which was a very major battle, and they won. But it took until 1652, we have the first permanent refreshment station. And one of the most important engagements that I think, again, goes under-recorded or under-memoried or remembered by us as a people in this land is a particular interaction that Jan van Riebeeck has with Namoa, who's known derogatively in the colonial archives as Duman. And he has a particular conversation with them after the first Dutch indigene war that happened in 1659 over land and cattle, or cattle grazing land and cattle here in the Cape. And this is the conversation that they had. Here, the Cape Dutch settlers dismissed the moral and political arguments that were put forth by the conquered and indigenous people in the aftermath of the 1659 Khoi Dutch War, which was South Africa's first major war of resistance to slaver-settler modernity. The Khoi leaders, several of whom, such as Namoa, had traveled to other parts of the Dutch slave trading empire, objected to Dutch land conquest by invoking the indigenous claims to sovereignty and territory based in African jurisprudence. They asked, and this is what Jan van Riebeeck records in his diary, if we, Africans, were to come to Holland, would we be permitted to act in a similar manner as you act here? The conquered Khoi leaders continued to try and reason with the settlers, demanding, who then, with the greatest degree of justice, can be required to give away, the natural owners or the foreign invader? Exasperated by the insistence on sovereignty, Jan van Riebeeck decided, or he waved them away, saying that this land had been won by the sword. In other words, he stated that this land was now European land by right of conquest, which of course had its genesis in the 1493 Papal Bull, which authorized the Spanish conquest of America. Jan van Riebeeck deemed all indigenous land, no matter where it was, empty land for theirs to take. The moral law and reasoning of the masters thus superseded those of the enslaved and the colonized. And I want us to center in that to think about the question of landlessness and its relationship to languagelessness. This is not to say that we do not speak our African languages. We do. We here are a very small minority. The vast majority of our people can speak their languages. I think that's important for us to state. But the question is, whose language has power? Whose language has the power to shape laws? And which kind of laws? Who is being affected by those laws? Those are the questions I think are important for us to think about when we think about this question of languagelessness. In particular, how is it that, centuries after Jan van Riebeeck dismissed this right to sovereignty, that we continue to be in a post-conquest, to those of you who know the critiques of the constitution in this country that continues to cement land dispossession? How is it that English remains the language of record? That is incredibly important because we may teach our children our languages, but we have to think about the structural dimension of what language means in this country. Now, I want to go back to the fact that 2023, it's now 2024, was the 200th anniversary of isiXhosa as a written language, which is something which is widely celebrated. I also want to acknowledge Unati Kondile here, as well as, the editor of Gizlimi Samaxhosa, which is a really important archive of Black languages and literature, as one of the oldest Black newspapers and isiXhosa language newspapers in this country, having been founded in 1870, right? Yeah. So the year in which isiXhosa becomes the first written language in Southern Africa is 1823. And there's a Ruthian press that's brought by wagon to what we now know as Lovedale Press. And one of the Africans or natives at the time who had accompanied this, those of you who know A.C. Jordan, who know Paulo Jordan, his great-great-great-great-grandfather was one to actually have accompanied that wagon. And now those, sometimes within the history we know John Benny as a so-called father of isiXhosa as a written literature, but this is of course very much contested. What is very interesting is that when he writes of this process of, specifically he says, reducing to form and rule this language which hitherto floated in the wind. We hear the violence inherent in this process of writing down. What does it mean to say I am reducing this language to form and to rule that which had hitherto floated in the wind? Already there's an oppositional relationship to our languages and the ways in which they're trying to create form and rule under something that does not have the kind of ways in which they're thinking about European languages. And so, for example, you see for centuries, we have contestations by African writers about whose language and how is this language being written. So, for example, in the 1920s, there's a huge debate about the orthography of isiXhosa. If you try and read an isiXhosa newspaper today of the 19th century, it's incredibly difficult to read because of the number of changes that have gone about. But in particular, you'd find that someone would wake up, those of you know who S.A.K. Mqayi, for example, was suddenly a functional illiterate because they would just change it as and when suited a European form of language, which made our languages illegible to us as African people. My mother, for example, will speak about how when she did Shona at school, it was a very different language than the language she spoke at home. So all of a sudden you're failing a language which is your mother tongue, but when it's written down, it is very different because this is standard Shona. Right? So that process of standardization is not a neutral process because these are not processes that we were in control of as Black peoples. Now, importantly, what is really interesting is that when Benny writes the first text in isiXhosa, he calls it, and it's grammatically incorrect, he says, zonke izinkomo zezikaThixo, meaning all the cattle belong to God. Now, this is also a very political statement because this has happened just 4 years after the Fourth War of Dispossession, Imfazwe kaNxele, where they're taking the land of Black peoples and their cattle, tens of thousands of land. So what does it mean for him to say, all the cattle belong to God? It's an incredibly political statement that you are then saying we're going to capture the metaphysical and material aspect of Black life in order to reduce it into the form and rule that is legible to us as Europeans. Very importantly, throughout, Africans continue to contest this question of language. You have the 19th century poet of Mfengu origin, known as Uhadi Waseluhlangeni, or the Harp of the Nation, Jonas Ntsiko. He had contested, just like many other Black intellectuals, the recent revision of the isiXhosa Bible in the 1896. Writing in Imvo Zabantsundu, which we now know as the Black Opinion, Ntsiko stated, open quotes, "Inquiries into the native language are based upon a belief that the same is constructed upon philosophical principles and that there is reason underlying every word and phrase in the language," close quote. What he is saying is that we need to take African languages seriously. You cannot simply write them willy-nilly because they actually hold thought. There's philosophical reasoning behind them. And if you do not do justice to that, you are losing a lot of thought. And now that's quite important. I'm a historian, for example, and as you know, Southern African history is dominated by historians who do not speak African languages. So what does that mean? You have an entire 19th century archive where people are reading and only looking at colonial sources, and yet you have a vast body of literature that has been written by Black people writing about their own experiences, but that is dismissed because it is not important in your field to know an African language. Similarly, you can be an African philosopher without knowing any African languages. There's huge debates, for example, I won't name names. You can go and look up an article about why is rape bad, according to the principles of Ubuntu. Apparently it's because rape is unfriendly, because Ubuntu has been reduced to the question of friendliness. This is, I'm not even making this up. The point being that this is the kind of no man's land in which our languages and the philosophies in which they structure and hold have been made because African languages are not taken seriously. Same thing continues in South African intellectual history. We can talk about texts and we can talk about intellectualism only beginning in beginning in English language writing in the 20th century, as if there hasn't been African languages writing from the 19th century. Let alone the question of the fact that you don't need to write in order to think, the fact that our people have been thinking long before there was a printing press, but even when there is the forms which are legible, that is not taken seriously. So I just want that aspect to be brought into, to lay into how we think about when it is that we feel the senses of loss, that we don't just hold them as interpersonal traumas. These are the kind of things that we have to think about very seriously in relationship to that which the sea has brought us over the last 4 centuries, that if we're serious about these questions of language, we have to deal with the structural. We have to deal with the question of dispossession because these things are not separable. It is not a question of whether Sam decides to speak isiXhosa tomorrow or not. The question is who owns the land. The land question is the language question. The language question is the land question. And one of the reasons I particularly enjoyed Butle's, her particular exhibition contribution was because of the ways in which you really brought us back to what makes this country the country that it is. I often say that Cape Town is the place that has taught me to distrust beauty because of the ways that, you can go to the vineyards, but you have to think of the fact that whose ancestors' blood has made this possible and continues to make it possible. Why do we have the highest fetal alcohol syndrome in the world? Those things do not happen by chance. Who gets to live in which parts of the city? That is part of the kinds of questions that we must grapple with. And I think it's really fantastic that all the various pieces within the exhibition, I write about it in the catalog essay, so please feel free to read that. But I really felt that it was quite important for us to ground ourselves structurally and historically in these questions of land so that we don't feel, on one hand, I want us to feel burdened because this is war. It's very important for to understand that this is an ongoing war that we're fighting, but also to understand that it is not a question of interpersonal decisions about whether it is I choose or not to learn my language or not. It is something that is very much structural, and those are the kind of things, the very difficult things that we have to grapple with if we're going to have a meaningful question or conversation about language. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Panashe. I would like to invite Bulelwa to give us her contribution next.
Hi, everyone. I would like to begin with looking at Katja Gentrick's text titled Sonic Fingerprints and the performative interventions by Donna Kukama, Lerato Shadi, and Mbali Koza, where she offers the video work by Bruce Newman titled Lip Sync, made in 1969, as a way to position the intersections of video work, lens-based work, and the sonic and sound. Her positioning of it was helpful for me to feel comfortable in drawing on sound as an integral element of lens-based and video work. In Lip Sync, Bruce Newman records a close-up of his mouth as he whispers the words lip sync repeatedly. Eventually, the audio and the video begin to fall out of sync, inviting us to question the relationship between sight and sound in modern and contemporary lens-based and video practices. This invitation is one that extends beyond the technological to the conceptual. With this in mind, I would like to speak a bit on the work of Helena Wambembe and the ways I see, hear, and experience her work. Can You Hear Me? Included in Seers and Soothsayers. Helena Wambembe was born to Angolan parents in the homogeneous and Portuguese-speaking town of Pomfret, South Africa. Her interdisciplinary practice engages with archival materials to reveal the buried and forgotten stories of the 32 Battalion, or the Buffalo Battalion, a small but formidable military wing of the apartheid-era South African Defense Force that was deployed during the South African Border War, or the Angolan Bush War. The 32 Battalion was composed of mostly black African men, many of whom Angolan refugees living in camps on the border of Angola and Namibia, and were conscripted by the SADF in the then South African colony of Namibia. Vulnerable and already foreigners in their own country of Angola as a result of being conscripted as child soldiers for the ultimately outgunned National Liberation Front of Angola, these men fought alongside white South African, American, and European soldiers and mercenaries to keep South Africa's borders secure from the growing threat of communism and post-colonial ideology emanating from the Cuba and Soviet-backed independent Angola. At the height of Cold War tensions and the oppressive South African apartheid regimes vying for control of Southern Africa, these men found themselves fighting a war that really had nothing to do with them. Social and cultural ostracization and isolation would follow them as the 32 Battalion was disbanded in 1993, following accounts of the gross violations they enacted during their deployment to various townships in Gauteng and the death throes of apartheid in the 90s. They were given South African citizenship, and many having already been settled in the town of Pomfret in Pretoria. Wambembe, whose father was a soldier in the 32 Battalion, sees herself as a keeper of her community and family stories and histories, and more especially her father's stories, traumas, and memories. She speaks of a collective amnesia, one that haunts not only her family and the community of Pomfret, but also one that is ideologically enforced by the state about the 32 Battalion. The people of Pomfret are illegible to a post-apartheid South Africa. The people of Pomfret are the unsavory remnants of apartheid. No narrative of resistance and liberation can be transposed onto another community of black people whose lineages stem from perceived traitors. The wife, children, and kin of men who would continue to be a pool of mercenaries from which powers could draw from for coup attempts across the continent until as late as 2004. Well, that's black brothers betraying black brothers, notes Helena. The people of Pomfret do not make sense to South Africa, thus they are relocated or forgotten or blamed or all three. The now derelict and dilapidated public buildings and structures in Pomfret stand like ghosts among ghosts. The people of Pomfret, forgotten soldiers and their kin, live in a persistent limbo between a history marred by violence, displacement, and colonial subjection to a present in limbo. Pomfret is a history full of hurt, but also a history that is emptied, quiet, and dug out. Helena Wambembe's Can You Hear Me is a plea from the archives. The pleading silhouette of a woman appealing to the static and apathetic photograph of Jonas Savimbi, Agostinho Neto, Munywa Wayaki, and Holden Roberto, though without sound, echo the real pleas of a community in limbo. The words of Reina Kaku, an Angolan woman living in Pomfret who followed her now-deceased husband to South Africa in 1989, are as follows. I often ask God, who is going to come and rescue the rest of us from this place? Helena asks us, can you hear Pomfret? Can you hear the rifts and chasms torn through Angola by the failed three-party resolutions of Savimbi, Neto, Roberto, and Wayaki? Can you hear the voices of the soldiers who were forced into doing the dirty, violent, and inhumane work of the apartheid regime and have nothing to show for it? What are the sounds of the Cold War, and how are they heard on African soil? How do they reverberate today? Legible, unintelligible, audible, and silent become strands of inquiry through which we can understand the work of lens-based practitioners from Africa and the diaspora and their engagements with land, memory, belonging, and knowledge. Wambembe's wider practice, and more specifically her work in Seers, and Soothsayers, Can You Hear Me?, prompts me to think through the ways lens-based artists make memory, genealogies, and the land audible and inaudible, intelligible, legible, illegible, all of those things, through the sonic and sound. Katja Gentrick writes in relation to specific works by performance artists Donna Kukama, Mbali Koza, and Rato Shadi. In relation to the constellation of language and voice, three vectors must coincide to allow for resonation. sound, which needs matter to pass on the vibration, time to develop a reverberation or sound wave, and a form of receptor, mechanical or organic, to receive and decode them. Following this logic, then, sound must be bound to time constantly, carrying always an intimation of its historicity. How can we then think of the burgeoning soundlessness of Can You Hear Me? Do the absences produced exist out of time or historicity? Are the people of Pomfret out of time? To think on Wambembe's practice through the framework of memory, land, space, and place, I'm reminded of Tanzanian performance and video artist Rehema Chachage and her engagements with matrilineal knowledge, collective memory, and the archive through her use of sound and video. Chachage employs text, sound, the oral, A-U-R-A-L, as well as embodied performative interventions to write with her mother and grandmother, collecting and consolidating stories, rituals, and practices to interrogate what we inherit, why we inherited, and how. In her work, Gwababa Riti Undugu, from her series of works titled Gwababa, meaning to and from the father, 2 old radios are mounted on a wall, the antenna pointing at each other almost in confrontation. On a tiny screen on each radio stands Chachage. On the left, against a white background, a red line crosses the wall from one side over her body to the next. On the right, Chachage stands against the same wall, this time with radio frequencies projected against her body as the same red line passes over her, searching for the right signal. Across both radios, the sound of a man singing can be heard as his voice comes in and out of clarity, becoming distorted and then clear as the red line moves across the 2 screens. After her father's passing, Chachage began to think through these ideas of inheritance as the only thing she was able to inherit from her father were his books that he had written himself. Her position as a woman in the family meant she was unable to inherit material belongings. Her father's books, however, represented the intangible inheritance of her father's knowledge and work. What does the sound in Gwababa Riti Undugu tell us about memory, collective knowledge, access, place, and inheritance? In a text regarding the repatriation of sound recordings documenting Khoekhoe Gawab speakers in Namibia from Basler Afrika Bibliographen, a museum in Switzerland, Cian Sullivan and Wilhelmina Suro-Genasas speak to how the effect of playing these recordings back to the elderly people of Sesfontein in Namibia allowed them to relive and to access a collective memory and knowledge that was previously housed in a museum in Switzerland. The songs and sounds recorded and their reception were emblematic of the collective memory and knowledge that can be potentially housed and transmitted through sound. The writers note that these songs and vocal arrangements allowed participants and readers to recursively and effectively re-experience places, events, and values expressed through song. For the people of Sesfontein, sound was an opportunity to relive and re-see events, people, and places. How then can we understand collective memory, reliving, and re-experiencing in the instance of distorted sound or silence or absence of sound? In these repatriated recordings made by German linguist Ernst Dammen and his wife Ruth Dammen in 1953 to 1954, sound becomes an archive of the land, evidence of the land, and evidence of the memory of the land. What then about the soundlessness or silence instrumentalized by Wambembe? Does this emphasize the notions of landlessness and placelessness experienced by the people of Pomfret and people in other contexts? To conclude, I also have here an image of a staging of the iterative project by Memory Biwa and Robert Machiri, titled Listening to a Listening at Pungwe, which is a collaborative project where Biwa and Machiri invite artists and musicians to re-listen to the use of voice, language, instruments, bodily movements, and sound technology in recordings, both archival and contemporary. These moments of sound are brought to life through installations and performances, as a way of deconstructing colonial archival practices, repositioning subjects, and reorienting sonic practices from our regions. Perhaps to me, these works, including Helena's, Rehema's, and also Listening to a Listening in Pungwe, point to walking the line between an optimism and an awareness of the pain that archives of sound hold as it relates to place, memory, and belonging and land, and the ways that lens-based medias can hold those knowledges. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Bulelwa. Last but certainly not least, I would like to invite Uhlebezwe Siwani.
Yeah, I had written something, but I thought to myself, when I was getting up here, I was like, should have done a performance. So I have a short thing to say, and this was my introduction into how land is so closely tied to religion. So it was my grandmother who I remember first bringing me to the church. She has been going to the same church, I think, for like as long as I've been born, I've been alive. It's the same church where I was christened, same church where I received communion. And then I was ostracized from the church when I became Itwasa. And so church was no longer a place of refuge. But, it's also super interesting, the word christening. The etymology is really interesting. My grandmother's mother, Mamtima, was also a religious churchgoer, and her family before that. We can even go as far as Noktela Dube. I don't know if you guys know Noktela Dube. She started Inanda Seminary in KZN, and she was also noted for choral music. In South Africa. They actually traveled from South Africa, I think it was to the US. Yeah. So the school is also built on basically religious foundation. So there's like a long-standing tradition in our family as far as religion is concerned. And these ties are, like I said before, closely linked to land. You need land to build a school. You need land to build churches. But then I started thinking about the land and how it's so closely tied to violence, particularly in South Africa. And I then also started thinking about the fallacy of democracy in South Africa and how we haven't received any reparations. People don't have land, and you need land for sustenance. You need to bury placentas. You need to do certain rituals. You need land for kraals. You need, as Black people, we need land. So this is how this piece, Amahubo, came about. I was thinking about the song that my grandmother used to sing, and it was called Tina Tina Sinjing Amachuba. And basically, I don't know if anybody knows the song. I swear if you hear it, you'll know what the song is. Oh no. So it's like, Tina, Tina, Sinje, Sinje, Ngamachuba. There you go, yeah. So you know the song. And I thought about this in relation to how this bird, the dove, is used also in spiritual practices, but it's also this moniker for our democracy. And I sort of started thinking about the dove, and the dove is supposed to be a bird of peace. It represents humility. It represents some gentle experience, but there's no gentle experience on this land. And so I then started, I'm really glad you brought up how there were these wars. And I wanted to touch on something that I think is really important, how the land has been usurped using religion. And I really wanted to touch on Nongause as a very particular instrument. It's instrumental how they used the story and changed it in order to take the land. So, it would be great if somebody could rewrite that part for us, because also she was a child. So, back to Amahubo, and this is the reason I made it, is, I went to a church of Isioni, the Church of Sioni, Zion. Yeah. And ipostile. After I left my grandmother's church, or our church. And I just started thinking about this bird again. I saw this bird, the dove, and I thought about how it's supposed to bring messages. It's like a messenger bird, but it's also super spiritual, like I said. And I felt like in that time there was a message that you need to make this work. And so I titled it Amahubo, which basically is the Zulu word for Psalms. Psalms doesn't have any people. It's just stories of faith and hope. In a faithless world, which is what I feel like we're living in. And Amahubo was my first passion project. I really felt fiercely about it, so much so that I sold a work to make this work. So I didn't make any money. I just felt like it was so urgent to make this particular work in 2016. And so I started doing some research, and I found a slave bell in Cape Town. Well, there's 3 known slave bells, but I'm pretty sure I saw one like a few weeks ago at another location. So I think there's quite a few of them around, which is super interesting to me. And so I started creating scenes around this moment of the slave bell, and I started creating scenes like around sustenance. So I went to KZN to shoot a video in sugarcane fields, because South Africa generally did not have sugarcane. It actually came from India, and so Indian people, they had to bring Indian labor because they're the only ones who knew how to grow it. And then we didn't have grapes, so they also changed the land, the structure of the land, the way that it was farmed, etc., during all these practices. So then I decided, okay, I'm also going to shoot in Cape Town because I felt trapped by the mountain. And it's like you can't get away from it, right? And so I shot at this undisclosed location in Cape Town. And I sat there for a while trying to figure it out during my recce because I just felt like everything was super intense. When looking, I had many feelings, first of all. I had many feelings about religion, I had many feelings about land, and I had many feelings about my grandmother saying, God will provide, even when there's no food. Like you'll see people taking out their last 100 Rand notes to give to the priest, but God will provide shoes for my children, God will provide bread. And I'm like, it's just not making sense. Make it make sense to me, and it's not. So then I started thinking about spatial apartheid, which everybody always thinks about because we're trapped. So, I mean, when I was making the work, specifically, I took specific texts from the Bible to create particular scenes. And I then put in a few other actors. Well, the actors that were chosen were specifically asked because they all had some type of calling, and so they could relate to either the Church of Postile or Isioni, or they themselves were going through their own spiritual rebirth, that's what I'll call it. Yeah, so they understood what the assignment was, and they understood what it is that I wanted to talk about. And that's how the piece came about. So that's it from me. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. I guess for this reflection section, I'm going to start off with a few questions for our panelists while I let the audience ponder and think about their own reflections or questions for the panelists. And in one way or another, each of you spoke about multiplicity of being, whether it was through language or through looking at different ways of navigating the metaphysical. And I would like to invite each of you to expand on the idea of plurality, which is quite central to the exhibition and in what you all spoke about, and this idea of plurality or multiplicity. And maybe as a way of helping you think through that, I also want to take us back to the title of the exhibition, which is Seekers, Seers, Soothsayers. And based on your presentation, are you seeking, are you seeing, or are you soothsaying? And that's a question for each of you. Maybe Ruth, we'll start with you and then we'll go down.
Gosh, that's quite a complicated question, Tandazani, a deep question. Where do I start? Oh, you're talking about the multiplicity. Yeah. As somebody who teaches in universities, I find that there's a lot of violence that happens in university systems. I've studied and taught in many places in the world, so not only South Africa, although I am South African, but in Canada and other places as well. And also grew up in a very religious family, and I think this lack of multiplicity is, or as Zimbabwe calls in relation to universities and knowledge, pluriversity. The lack of that is profoundly violent. And sometimes we're caught in this notion of one way of thinking or one way of being or one way of, being, I think, one way of being, because often of religion and ideological perspectives of religion. And just for me, in terms of your question, are you seeing a soothsayer or seeking? I'm not sure, but what's been interesting in my life is how personal spirituality has really helped me to think things differently as an academic, and the fact that academia and just ways of thinking are often put into these individual boxes as if it's possible to separate things. So I like the connection of land to this morning's conversation about language, because we can't talk about land without language or language without land. So it's impossible to separate these things. And the more and more I understand that spiritually in a world that I think is very idolizes human beings in a very unhelpful and violent way, because we're not disconnected from anything, and yet human beings have been arrogant, or I can't speak for all human beings, but many human beings have been arrogant enough to think there is the separation. So I think I relish in the spiritual journey that has actually helped me to shift ways that I see academia, and the honesty is that I see it as extremely violent, and I think that's why I'm actually wanting to lean in towards art making and actually create more art, because it seems a lot less violent.
Great, thank you. Anyone else like to respond to that? Panashe? Oh,
there you go. Okay. I think just to anchor the question about multiplicity of being and land, land is livelihood, but land, cattle are central to being for us as the indigenous of the land. As Buhle had mentioned, for example, where do you bury the placenta? Where do you put the umbilical cord? Those are central. I mean, Christians would know man does not live by bread alone. The point being that we are not simply economic beings. We are metaphysical beings as well, right? We have spiritual needs, and part of the dispossession of landlessness, which is why I began with Ilizwe Lifile, people saying the world has died, the world has ended. A world ends when you no longer have access to the land, because where do you bury, where do you live? Those aspects are very central to understanding the metaphysical crises that we're dealing with as Abantu in particular. I'm not talking about everybody, I'm talking about Abantu. How do you do the practices that connect us with the ancestors, with our ancestors? Part of why the 9 wars of dispossession, I keep going back to that because again, we I think we overemphasize apartheid as the object against which we were struggling, but thinking specifically about what is the crisis that people are speaking to, such that when these wars happened, it was the idea that I no longer have access to my ancestors. Where do I perform my rights? The land belongs to the ancestors. People wrongly say it belongs to the so-called chiefs. Amakosi, no, it doesn't. They hold it in. They hold it on behalf of, which is why they're in charge of. It's a duty of. It's a custodianship. They're the ones who are supposed to do particular acts on behalf of the living in relation to our descendants, right? For us, if in your families you get a car, you go and you introduce the car or whatever to say thank you. If you have a new family member coming in, i.e. a makoti, whatever, you introduce to the ancestors. What happens when those flows are disruptive? And what is quite important for us to understand, in this country, people will be like, well, Shaka also, he also was violent, so what's the difference? There is a very big difference. The difference is that relationship to land and the ancestors and the humility before that. Because whatever happens, whenever these wars of, let's go back again. I'm bringing the 19th century simply for us to understand the distinction and why the spirits and the ancestors and the relationship to the land is important. When you think of Amaxhosa, for example, a lot of the names of rivers and whatnot that they have come from Khoisan peoples and whatnot, because the idea is that you have the humility to understand that there were people before us who understand, and they have ancestors who we must respect when we're coming into this land. That is the central tenet of understanding that even if we are warring against these people, or rather, we are committing war in order to increase the nation. That is the aim of those wars. We call it the so-called mfetani and that kind of thing. The aim was to increase the nation, right? And when you go into a new territory, you respect the fact that there are ancestors here. So for example, if those of you, do you know a place called Njelele in Zimbabwe? Right? When you go there, for example, when Mzilikazi Mashobani went in there, and knowing that, for example, when Mzilikazi left, with, let's say, 300 people of the Khumalo clan, he moves into what is now Pretoria. They now change the name, or they refer to their god as Mudimo, which is a Tswana name, meaning that they're respecting that there are other ancestors that we must also recognize when we go into that land. When we go into what is now Zimbabwe, for example, we must respect that there's the Mwali tradition that's there, because we understand the fact that we're connected to the land, we need rain, we need the prosperity of the land. So, for example, you know that every single year he would give 10 black cattle, 10 black bulls to Njelele, or to the ancestors at Njelele. That was part of the practice, that you understand that as we're conquering and incorporating the Nkalanga, the Rosary peoples, we have to respect the spirits and the ancestors that they bring with them. So that is why, for example, people even in fact blame his son, Lobengula, who did not respect the ancestors of the land. They say that's why Rhodes conquered you, right? The point being that that's how seriously we take that humility before the land, which is not just, as you're saying, about a respect for humans. It's a respect for the land and understanding our interdependentness of it. So that's the difference between settler colonial conquest and indigenous conquest, is that respect for the being of others and the being of land. And that is the metaphysical crisis that we're speaking to, that it's not just that we are being wronged. The land itself is also being wronged by settler colonialism, by the ways in which it relates to land as just an extractive resource. We have to understand that being, for example, just another example of how we think very seriously about being humble before the land. Do you know that, for example, every couple of years, a king or inkosi would burn down his kingdom? Why would they do that?
My uncle is a chief. I'm not going to answer.
Okay. Anyone who knows why they would do that?
It's for regeneration.
Mm-hmm. It's for regeneration. The idea being that we're not just going to exhaust. There are other reasons as well, but part of the central reason is that we're seeing that the land now is tired and we want to give it space to regenerate. So we're going to go somewhere else, new life, right? So that's part of the practice, is that we're not just going to use this land until, we're also going to give it time to breathe. And that's part of the humility, that we don't just use land for our own purposes. We have to respect it enough as well. That's part of the practice. And that's what the real ubukosi is supposed to be about, that custodianship of the land as on behalf of the ancestors, right? So that is part of what then is lost when we no longer have that relationship to the land, that humility before the land. That means that it's inextricable for my being as a person. Ubuntu, my own personhood, is deeply connected to the land and the ancestors before those will come after us. So that's the aspect that is lost when the land question becomes, well, what are you going to do with it? Are you guys going to farm? That's not the question. It becomes more than that, because if you don't begin to grapple with those kind of questions, you're never going to understand why did 21 children die at Tandazani, for example. You're never going to understand the high rates of alcohol, the femicide, all of those kind of questions have to do fundamentally, again, with the land question, because that's both a material and a metaphysical question. Sending people to jail does not deal with and grapple with the profound metaphysical crisis that we're finding ourselves in.
Thank you so much, Panashe. We're going to come back and unpack some of what you've just said, because there's a lot, it's very dense. But I want to ask, we're still on the question of multiplicity that you each touched on. And Buhle, can I ask you to actually talk about, we've spoken about this in preparation for the exhibition, I guess some people would call it syncretism, or this plurality between different cosmologies and faiths. So being part of the Mazion, or what we call Mazion in Zimbabwe, tradition, but also having, being a Sangoma and having a different, and then the front-facing women in the church versus the men, and can you expand on that for us?
So I think, is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it would be ignorant. I think to not mention something that's really important, which is that we are not one person, just even physically. We are multiple people. Before that, our ancestors before that. But these people are also our invisible entourage, right? And so when we go anywhere, we go with this invisible entourage spiritually, but also physically. We move with them because they make up much of our DNA, right? So I really think we don't have a word for individual in Ubungoma. Yeah, like we walk with multiple people, right? And so, that being said, because I felt like it was necessary to address, that being said is that I think a lot of people can be ignorant in Western churches regarding Izangoma, because the thought is that we don't believe in God. There's nothing more untrue, actually. Ipostili, Izioni have Izangoma in their churches. It's based on a particular faith which has African roots, right? So we pray. Even the Church of Ushembe is built on that foundation, right? So it's important to, when you speak about faith, you can't say, I'm going to speak about this faith that I'm comfortable. It's a colonial faith, right? Especially for us. My question is always this. I will see a mosque. I will see, where do Jewish people go to pray? What is it called? Shul. Yeah, I'll see a synagogue. I will see multiple churches, multiple places of faith, of multiple different faiths. But I've never seen one where do Izangoma go to pray? This is a question for you. Have you ever seen a structure for Izangoma? Because we are not people who pray in closed spaces. We speak to the land. And the reason why I thought it was important to put people in front of, White Jesus Church was it's imperative for us to, and the reason, I also like the fact that the church was so white,
that it kind of like, it does something to your eye. You have to look at the body that's in front of it. You have to, the body is really occupying. It's no longer the building because the women are also dressed in the same color. So they're both kind of like blinding, and then the body starts to speak more than the building does. And I really thought it was important to place a group of women, those women, speaking back to, we will not do this in a church. We will commune with our ancestors outside. And this is why there's always like this rotation, like 360, because there's also the idea about completion. And what is started will be finished. It's just not going to happen in my lifetime, pretty sure. Yeah. I think that answers you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Buhle. I want to use, you just ended by saying that's not going to happen in my lifetime. And I've got a question about restitution for later, because I'm wondering what the future holds, basically, or what solutions we're offering to the future. But before we go there, Bulelwa, in thinking through Helena's work, do you think she's seeking, seeing, or soothsaying?
Hi. Yeah, I think looking at, or like sort of trying to like embed myself in Helena's work, I think there's an element of seeking, in the sense that I think in the plea, even in the title of "Can You Hear Me," there is sort of a call to, like an outward call to not just like the public who are viewing her work, but also I think towards like history, towards like the state, the archives of, in relation to the people of Pomfret, but also I think and beyond to like the various like silences and absences that result from people having to experience this. I guess it's a multiplicity of like victim or oppressor or perpetrator. But yeah, I think that's how I would see her work.
Thank you. Before I go on and on, I was wondering if the audience have any reflections or questions. Oh, okay, great.
Hi, everyone. Just thinking about the notion of multiplicity. I think English, for me, is the problem, that word multiplicity, because it sort of creates this excision, this separation that makes the whole, whereas the whole existing as multiple layers. Like you don't necessarily, I think of a person more as a cake rather than like a game with separate parts in a way. And of how there's a word, sintu. Mtu es sintu. People's words for themselves speak to that notion of a claiming of self, but also a notion of community. Sintu meaning people of earth and soil. So of how these words have sometimes been maligned, sort of forgotten, this idea of how does one speak about themselves? So I'm not sure where that question is going at this point in time, but it's mostly about that notion of multiplicity as a point, more as an existence.
Thank you, Siseko. I have another question.
In respect. Sorry, everyone. Thank you so much to the panel, firstly, for those very evocative presentations, and just really bringing these two often like disparate ideas, right, around land and language together. And I just want to ask you, and I don't really know if this is like a question or comment, but to say something about this idea of the Creole, right, and this idea of purposeful or even an inadvertent usurpation of language and appropriation, a subversion, a bastardization that Black people often do, right, in face of the loss of their own language. And I think even in that case, you might think of it not simply as the language, but even in the ways in which certain concepts in language are thought of as universal. And in that regard, I'm going to speak to how Obuhlebezwe briefly mentioned Unongause, right? So even this idea of prophecy being a universal phenomenon, whereas within the context of Southern Africa, or pre-colonial Southern Africa, prophecy is emergent. We don't necessarily have a tradition that immediately mirrors what's happening in Europe, right? It's fundamentally inextricably bound with these ideas of ukubona, right? Divination, there are even religious intonations. So it's something that's fundamentally and profoundly different from what's happening in Europe, but it's called prophecy. So this is to just say that there are multiple ways in which the Creole emerges in this context of landlessness. And what does that idea hold for you?
Before we go to the next question, thank you for that. Does anyone want to respond to that?
Next question as well?
Okay.
No? Oh, okay.
Go for it.
That felt more like a comment. I'll start with that. But I think, I've been thinking about this for a really, really long time. Whenever I get asked, what is a sangoma? Especially in the EU, when they ask you, what is a sangoma? Well, I'm always like, how do I begin to explain this? Because it also has like deep cultural foundations, right? Which is why it's always interesting for me when I see white izangoma. It's super interesting because, like, which ancestor saw this? Like I always have to ask myself, but it's super interesting to me. I'm like, okay, you have to tell me that there must be some black person somewhere in the line who's, but also there's a thing called isindao. And so if you have killed someone's ancestor, those ancestors come back to you, right? And so back to this thing where I try to explain it. For the longest time, they were calling me, oh, she's a shaman. And I was like, no. I have a deep dislike for the word too. So when they said, oh, she's like a shaman, I was like, no, it's not the same thing. It's very different because also izangoma have different gifts and there are multiple registers in which we operate. There's something called izithunywa. These are ancestors that are deeply based in church. Those are the ones with the gifts for prophecy. And this is where this is based. There's a Creole. I don't also like using the term Creole here because it doesn't make, we don't have that here.
Isn't Afrikaans Creole?
When you say Creole, so what would you call the process that's happening? You?
Sorry, can someone give her a mic so the recording can have your voice?
About this later. So for me, it's really the subversion, right? And I like Creole because I don't want to do hybrid. You know what I mean? And there's something I think very powerful about the Creole in that we're trying to make
something like Afrikaans you would call there's also
so let's not so much say that this is a Creole, this isn't. Let's focus on the process. Right?
Can I add why perhaps I'm hybridity, Creole, sometimes even cosmopolitan. There's a way in which there's this need to make difference as something that's always external to blackness, as if we haven't long always dealt with difference amongst ourselves, and that change was always something that we dealt with, right? So i.e., I just gave that example of the growth of the Ndebele nation, right? Which really is a multi-ethnic, if we want to I hate that term, but let's multinational term.
It's better than tribe.
Yeah, I don't use tribe. No, tribe is a senseless word. It's a very racialized term. What is a tribe? Why are the Irish not a tribe? Why are we tribes? It doesn't mean anything, right? Except a racialization of a people, right? In derogatory terms. The point being that we've always dealt with difference. And constantly, i.e. there was not purity amongst ourselves. So I'm always wondering, what are we trying to index every time we're always saying this thing of Creole, right? because, well, I'm not saying you in particular, I'm saying how the discourse always happens, to say that what are we trying to index here, as if Black people haven't always been in the world, and even amongst ourselves, they've always been worlds, right? Is creolization only when it's a non-Black culture that encounters a Black culture? Is creolization when Shona people begin to also speak isiZulu, or what is always being fetishized in particular, because there tends to be some sort of fetish and saying that Blackness must always be some sort of primordial and static and only becomes modern through encounter with non-Blackness, as if we haven't always been doing that. And why I also am very interested in the 19th century, again, is because the things that people think are like primordial and has always been like that, the Zulu nation is a very recent thing, right? The same period in which you're getting Abelungu coming in is when they also created that. So i.e., they'll call it pre-colonial. It's not, in terms of the timeline. Shaka comes after Van Riebeeck, for example, and I'm just trying to just note that.
Can I just say, so it's not so much about difference, and it's not so much about an appropriation, it's about a subversion. That's the term that I would use, because there's a power imbalance, right? And we must account for that. So it's not necessarily this crisis of encounter, but to say that there's something that's being imposed on me, right? And this imposition has profound metaphysical consequences, like you're saying. So this is what I'm asking, to say, like, how can we think about a Creole as an articulation, as the creation of a new grammar, right, to make sense of this thing that the Black is encountering in that moment? So this is why I even say that even when we think about prophecy, so the white people come and they call this thing that even Onongawusa's predecessors, Onlele, Onsigana, are doing, they call it prophecy. It's not prophecy, right? And this is what I'm saying, that it's operating at the nexus of
and that's why I was trying to delineate for you, so that you understand that prophecy operates from a particular point, and then there's other ones. Sorry, Tandazani. There's different points as well, right? Where bayabona, izangoma ziyabona. Prophecy operates from a place of church-based faith. You understand? So there's no need for a new word. It exists.
As in, we can say Ubud and we don't have to call it prophecy.
Okay, I'm gonna just
I feel like
I think this is
worms. We'll take this on after. Thank you both.
I think this is super interesting, and maybe just before we move to Gladys's question, I want to throw in there for just to think in the back of our minds. Glissant does write about the difference between creolization and pigeonizing, and pigeonizing maybe is a more useful tool because it's a form of subversion and claiming certain things in spite of where we're at today. And it's a kind of a way of like fighting back against what we've inherited, whether we like it or not. But also, yes, Bulelwa, do you want to quickly jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to like briefly I think I do understand the articulation that you're trying to like get to about creolization as a process, and maybe through the lens of like the subversion, but also like an agency-giving process as well. Something that doesn't, because I think when we speak about maybe language with like spiritual practices and the metaphysical, they also like we have a tendency to sort of strip agency and especially with these like top-down or imbalanced encounters, we have a tendency to make Africans sort of like not having agency. So I think if I'm correct, yeah.
Well, thank you all for expanding on that complexity. So let's give Gladys an opportunity to ask her question.
I think it's a request maybe for some sort of expansion, particularly to Butle and Ruth. And it's, when you guys were speaking, I was very interested in how you spoke about the land as something that's not dead. So I'm curious if you could expand, like Butle, in your work, like the idea of imprinting on the land, if it's like a living thing, the idea of like stepping in with the stuff and stepping on there. And then with Ruth, I was particularly interested with you asked the question on whether cameras can pray, and when you were showing the pictures of when the graves had been dug out with the performance of Binjung almost connecting back with the soil. So I'm very interested in whether you had noticed that maybe the land does at some point look like it's crying out, or like it's mourning, or like it has some sort of loss, like the idea of digging out something that has become part of it after the body is buried and then it has become one. So I'm very interested in these ideas on how you navigate that, like as the land beyond, as something as an object.
Should I answer first? Okay. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So it's stepping on the land. The land is always living, right? Those who have, our predecessors are not dead. They're alive because their spirits still exist, right? If they're still speaking to us, they are alive. And if there's a reason why you step on the ground with your feet when we go into certain spaces, is to also, there's a reason why you kneel when you pray or when you commune with your ancestors, right? You touch the ground so that you can feel them and you can wake them up, and so that you can also wake them up in your own body. So it's literally a speaking to them. Yeah. So for instance, izangoma, when they dance, bayagida, bayachenza, it's barefoot so that the ancestors also can feel it in the body, so you can also wake them up. Yawushukumisa. Oh, isilungu. So what is to shukumisa in English? Yeah, you must shake them. They must, they must feel it in your bones. Does that make sense? You understand? Yeah. So they must feel it in your bones too. So they are also dancing, right? And that's why there's a constant, no one is ever wearing shoes in any of my videos, because if I'm speaking to the ancestors and I'm communing with them, because this is their project, it's not mine. This is the work that I feel like I was given to just make, right? It no longer belongs to me. It never has, in fact. So when I speak always using the land. You'll always either see water or you will see land. But that's also because we exist because of this land. Without the land, what are you going to eat? Even a greenhouse needs some sort of land, right? You're not going to grow something, it's not going to last in a test tube forever. That's basically, why there's always, but also it's because the land is it's a place that was used so violently. So also some people can also think that maybe this is a violent act. So it can be seen in two ways. But those are the kind of like layers that I'm trying to work with. It's either or. Yeah.
Thank you, Butle. Ruth, would you like to respond?
Sure, just very shortly. Thanks for that question, Gladys. I think for me, I see land is a form of energy. Everything is a form of energy. So that's why when I play with the notion of can a camera pray, even objects are not dead, static, quote-unquote, human-made objects. There's a certain energy to everything. And I think, Western science has gotten a whole lot of things very wrong in terms of the way we think of objects and land. So I think this also ties into the notion of ownership. And I remember, my house in Makanda, when I bought that house, I don't actually own it, the bank owns it because I owe a lot of money on it. But I would stand, I've got a lot of trees, old trees in my garden. I would stand there and I would look at this tree and I would say, I'd ask myself, I own that tree? And it just, like, this is my property, I own that tree. And it just seems so strange to me that I would stand there for a long time staring at this tree and thinking, how can I own this tree? And then I would think of all the people who stood in this piece of land before me and who are going to stand there after me. It's like this weird notion of how can I own a tree? So your question of the graves and Binjun's notion of the blood soil, I believe that land plants can cry, like can mourn, because there's this notion of energy and this notion that land has been violated. So that's just my belief. I really do think as something energetic, land can cry, land can mourn.
Thank you for that, Ruth. We have time for one more question, if anyone has one. If not, I would like to ask the panelists a concluding question around restitution. Ruth, you took us to the grave sites in Zambia that connect 3 different nations in really poignant ways, and you spoke about the emptiness of those graves, or the displaced, relocated graves. Panashe, you spoke a lot about language. You reminded us about the different liberation movements or the violences, the 9 violences that happened before apartheid. Buhle, your work reminds us about displacement and black women and what does it mean to go to a vineyard today and without remembering whose blood made those things possible. And Bulelwa, you reminded us through Helena's work and Rehema's work as well. What does it mean when you are on the wrong side of history in both countries that make you who you are? And what does it mean to be in a place like Pomfret today? So with all of that, my concluding question is, what therefore does restitution or repair look like? Is it even possible? And perhaps the solution comes from looking at different cosmologies or looking at the metaphysical as a medium towards repair. And I invite you each to respond to that.
So the government snuck in a super interesting, the GNU snuck in a super interesting appointment. I'll begin with that, and you'll understand why. And it's a seat for the PAC. And if you know the PAC and what it stands for, you know that they're all about land and land reform. And the new minister, the only seat that the PAC got, and is the only minister, is for land. So I think people didn't notice because of all the shenanigans that have been happening. But it's a really, really big thing that this happened if the PAC actually does what it had intended to do in the very beginning, which is restitution. So if that very sneaky little thing that happened that nobody noticed, if he actually does the thing and gives back land to people and actually works on land reform, I think we're going to be in a lot of trouble, 1. 2, I think we are going to see the beginning of something that was promised when Mandela became president. So something might occur regarding land, but also it might not. But also the kids are all right. I think there's a new generation of children who are really not willing to put up with a lot. And so I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens. But it's just not going to happen with us sitting here and speaking all the time, you know. It's going to happen on the streets, outside. Yeah.
Thank you, Bushle.
A number of things is that I think there's a way in which people like to use our cosmologies as a way to subvert the material and the structural, to think that if we speak about spirituality or wungoma, then we don't care about the structural elements. Those things are very much, as we said, how do I speak to my ancestors if I don't have my land, right? How do I go and access that land that is on that farm and go and speak to them when that has been taken? It's very much implicated in those structural questions. So my ancestor is also asking for and demanding that land to be taken back because, again, I started with Ilizwe Lifile, the land is being defiled by the current state of affairs. But what is really important, one, again, in our cosmologies, you know that we say, Ijala aliboli, meaning a crime does not rot.
one, meaning there's no statute of limitations in these crimes that are being committed. Two, it doesn't happen that the hippo's calf is eaten by the crocodile and the pool remains still. Close brackets, there must be blood. That is also part of our cosmologies, that retribution is also, there must be consequences for injustice. People think that our cosmologies just mean restorative justice, kumbaya. That's not part of how we actually practice. Our Ubuntu also requires consequences for injustice that has happened. So I don't think people would like that cosmology when we really begin to be serious about it. But what is also really important is that even when we talk about land reform within South Africa, Southern Africa, we must understand a global structure that begins in 1492 when we decide that black people in particular are fit for property. There's a slave economy that functions, that really powers this world. When we think about the Dutch East India Company, that is the world's first multinational, and part of what makes it a success is the slave trade. It is being able to use our bodies as part of property. That's why the first big insurance companies are insuring black people's bodies, because we're part of what makes property. You don't understand in South Africa master and servants codes without understanding the master and slave laws. And why I'm saying this is to understand why is it that when there's a GNU, the rand falls when it looks like it's going towards MK, and yes, there's problems with that, but it is better when the DA looks like it's going to get what it wants. The point is that there's global capital structures that are implicated. So black people in South Africa are not going to get their freedom unless an entire global system is upended. This is to say that you're fooling yourself if we think you're going to get freedom or reparations within this world structure. Everything needs to be completely upturned if we're going to be serious about achieving black liberation within this world.
We're gonna allow Koyo to ask a question.
No, it's not a question. I think I'll just give everybody this to go with as a reflection. We have incredibly beautiful philosophies and cosmogonies on the continent, from north to south, east to west. Some intersect, of course, in question of regionality, and Panashe, you really very beautifully showed that Bule, or you also in some ways, and the whole question about, ancestors, that is so key to all African societies. Absolutely all black African societies. Even the Maghreb has cosmogonies that are very, very similar to black African cosmogonies in many ways. And even if I go further back, completely asepticized Europe used to also have, cosmogonies and belief systems that are immaterial and that are based on spirituality and based on, the idea of the past, the idea of ancestors. So, but I like to tweak stuff and make things kind of, flip things around. I always ask myself, growing up, I grew up with two old women, my great-grandmother and my grandmother. So I was completely immersed in this thinking and in these systems. But I always ask myself, talking about ancestors, how they are present and how they continue. I mean, I love the term you used, Bule, earlier, that you're here with your invisible entourage. And how that invisible entourage and how these ancestors, how do they respond to these 500 years assaults on the African land, talking about what you just said, retribution. When will we get retribution?
Thank you for that, Koyo, for adding to this, the complexity of this conversation, and food for thought as well. I also want to invite Ruth to also think about this question about when do we get retribution and how do we get restitution and repair, especially since you were talking about how violent the academy is, and even though you're immersed in the academy, but do you want to respond to that in a broader way?
I think I want to go back to your initial question about, or you're pointing out the Zambian example. So I'm glad I'm not the last person, because for me this is a very sad, a terribly sad note to end on. So there other people will talk, but the example in Zambia, so I've been doing research on this memorial, and there's a lot of rhetoric about the sort of 1955 spirit of Bandung kind of camaraderie, comradeship, and that's the kind of political rhetoric. So this memorial only has Chinese graves, even though it's supposed to commemorate Zambians, Tanzanians, and Chinese who died. And nobody's having any other conversations about the land, like whose land is this that was built on? Who owns the land? And I mean, Gladys knows the area quite well, because you've got family who live there, and the chieftainess who's the custodian of the land, Chieftainess Nkamesha Mokumamba II, she's an incredibly powerful rainmaker who has this integrated way of communicating with ancestors and calling herself a Catholic. And as you say, it's like completely integral. It's not like a contradiction. And, the question of what about the spirits of that land? So one of the people I interview in the film, William Miko, who's also an artist, he questions in the film, like, what happens to the spirits? If you don't appease the spirits of now, you've got a Chinese-owned, Chinese-run by the Chinese embassy memorial on Zambian land, referred to as a heritage site. And the Chinese ambassador went to Mpika and said, we need to do this if this is a heritage site. I'm like, how do you go into somebody else's country and say we're going to build a heritage site? Like, whose heritage? What heritage are we talking about? So the tragedy that this space exists without any conversation about the owner of the land, the spirits of the land and the graves surrounding it, it's an absolute tragedy. And I was just saying to Gladys earlier that even if you go to this memorial site, you can't get in it. I've been working on this for years. I know some of the people. I went there recently expecting it would be public, it would be open. You go there and the gate is locked. And then who do you have to go to get permission to see the site? You have to go to the Chinese embassy. And how do you get there? I mean, I found it very difficult. It took me days to get permission to go onto the site to see these graves. So, yeah, it's just very tragic to me that the political conversation, and even unfortunately the Zambian government, has allowed this to happen in a sense. And there's a lot of politics I won't go into, but I just find it deep. And one of the things I find particularly tragic is if you look deeper at historical Chinese ways of honoring the dead and various African ways of honoring the dead, is that there's a lot of resonances. There's a lot of deep respect for ancestors, for the deceased, for honoring ancestors and feeding ancestors at graves. And yet we have this sort of contemporary political rhetoric that's completely erased that. And even underground, I mean, people don't know there's a museum, there's a fully fledged museum underground, underneath where these graves, near to where the graves are, with curated exhibitions about the history of the Tazara, with very valuable archival films, photographs, things that I've not been able to find in Zambian archives. There's incredible stuff there. It's like this wealth of knowledge. Nobody has access to it, virtually. Most people don't even know it exists. And then the other wing of the museum is entirely Chinese propaganda about the Belt and Road Initiative. So, I've always been somebody who's trying to look at a nuanced way in terms of China, Africa, because I try to look at people, not just the government. But at the end of the day, it's in terms of the land itself and who owns the land, it's an absolute tragedy.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, Butleya, you can say something quickly, and then we'll conclude with Bulelwa.
Sorry. I just want to add something, because it's just something just triggered when you said the graves. I just remembered something. In 2016, I went to Normandy. I don't know if you guys know the SS Mendy. I went to Normandy, and I was tracking the soldiers who went to France. And those who died there. Yes, the black soldiers who died there. And they died mostly of, what is it when you get too cold? They died of frostbite because they were not dressed like everybody else and they weren't used to the weather. So I searched, and finally I found this little village where they had a garden and all these graves of the black soldiers. It's just literally their little gravesite on the side of a sea and the forest, and then there's a little town. And a thought occurred to me that we need to bring them home. And so I started, I went there and I took flowers for them. And then I took impepo and I asked myself, how do I bring them home? So I started speaking to each one of the graves. And when you're a spiritual body, you pick up these bodies and you pick up these energies. And I thought, let's go home. Because I'm pretty sure they wanted to go home, right? So to your question about restitution, the thing that just occurred to me was like, maybe it will happen when everybody comes home spiritually, because physically we are here, but spiritually we are not, and maybe then something will happen.
Thank you, Butle, for that. Trying to look for the word of it, that element of like little glimmer of hope.
But why do we need hope?
Guys, we need hope. We can't just... I need hope. Okay. Bulelwa.
I don't want war. It's what needs to happen.
When I think of metaphysical and restitution and land, I sort of think immediately to borders and how... When I think about it, I think of like being Swazi and seeing Dangoma and Dinyanga being told that their ancestors are actually in Mozambique and they need to go to Mozambique to go through initiation. And so when I think about that, I start to think about how nations, borders, and like sort of the geographies that we've drawn up sort of complex, make I guess, calls for restitution more complex. Because who can claim that land? For example, if you're in Eswatini and your ancestors are technically in Mozambique, can you claim that land? But that's what I was thinking of.
Thank you for that. I think it's hard to end because I don't know about you guys, but I still have so much I want to work through, but we do have to conclude, and there's still so much that I think we need to unpack. And like Ruth was saying, it's kind of hard to end on it's a really heavy note, but I just want to say the more positive note for me is the fact that it's been an honor to sit with everyone here and to unpack this and to find language or to dissect language around these topics. So thank you all so much. Can we give them a big hand?